Africa Urban Forum, the second edition. And I'd like to appreciate Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, our Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs in the Republic of Kenya, for joining us. Also seated next to him is our host, Honorable Alice Wahome, EGH Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, the Republic of Kenya. Also, our host governor, and that is Honorable Sakaja Johnson, who will be speaking with us. But just before we get to that, just to ask that we have a bit of order. If you do not have some sitting allocation, there are 2 rooms downstairs in Lenana and Aberdare, and we're able to follow the proceedings here simultaneously. So every speech, every remark, every session that will be ongoing will be cast there at Lenana, which is directly just down here, just down the stairs. So if you would need to have, and you wouldn't want to stand as you follow the proceedings, as I appreciate we have quite an overflow, which is a good thing to have in terms of people responding to the invitation. We did have about 10,000 registered participants for the second edition of the Africa Urban Forum, and the nations represented here, over 40 countries from the continent and around the world that are represented here, ambassadors that are here, mayors from around the continent, and we'd like to appreciate your presence with us. So for those who I see are at the back and are probably looking for sitting space and would like to follow the proceedings in comfort, seated as everyone else, we will be able to accommodate that at Lenana and Aberdare for the overflow. So the team that is with us in the ushering and what have you can guide our guests there to follow the proceedings seamlessly and in comfort. So to start us off, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 3 days, that will be very eventful, very engaging, and we have a layout that we will be giving you the direction for. I'd like us to get started because we need to catch up with time, and I'd like to call on a gentleman who is essentially our host, has spoken to many of you in terms of inviting and is a friend to many of you in this particular setting. I'd like to call on Charles Hinga, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, to speak from here. And every other speaker will also be able to speak from there. Let's put our hands together for PS Charles Hinga as he says, Karibu, which is in Swahili, welcome.
Thank you very much, Program Director, our PCS, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Ministers and Secretaries who are here. I stand on the protocols that have already been established. I take this opportunity to invite you all to Nairobi. Karibuni sana. We are excited to host the second Africa Urban Forum. And we're going to have great conversations, but not just conversation in the next couple of days. It is conversation that want to be accompanied by action. Now, most of you representing cities, towns, municipalities in Africa, urban areas, you all know that our issues are almost the same. We are urbanizing very fast. We have a very young and youthful population. And for a long time, our urban areas have grown without order, without planning, and without the requisite funding. And ladies and gentlemen, the elephant in the room, because we've attended far too many conferences. So it's not for lack of conferences, but the elephant in the room is, how are we going to fund our urban issues? And there is a paradox. And the paradox is this, that the urban areas, and I will use Kenya as an example. If you take the 5 big cities in Kenya, starting with the capital city where we have the governor, Nairobi, Mombasa, we have Kisumu, we have Nakuru, and incidentally, we have Machakos. Those 5 contribute over 30% to the GDP of this country. 5 cities contribute to over 30% to the GDP of this country. So therefore, if the wealth of our nations are generated in the urban areas, is it too much to ask that a little bit of that wealth be ring-fenced and to be reinvested back into those urban areas? I don't think it is too much to ask. So the next couple of days, we want to come here and work out on practical solutions so that we can be able to deal with century-old challenges. You're coming to Kenya at a time where this country is experiencing the greatest transformation in generations. The leadership of this country has said no to mediocrity, and we have said no to the ordinary. We become uncomfortable with allowing things. For example, we have 3 beautiful rivers. As you know, Nairobi was founded on 3 beautiful rivers. And yet, for years, the rivers were turned into sewage. And for years, we became comfortable. And it is okay now to drive by and you see a river that is nothing but sewage. It has taken this leadership to say that that level of mediocrity is not okay. And we are doing something about it. So you're coming to Nairobi at a time when there is a great transformation that is happening in this country. When we talk about affordable housing, we don't talk about affordable housing in PowerPoint presentations. I welcome you to visit some of the most transformative developments. We have organized beautiful excursions for you in the next couple of days. One of the biggest smart cities is being built right here in Konza City. And honorable ministers, we want to welcome you. You don't have to go to Singapore. You don't have to go to Korea. You don't have to go to outside Africa. It is happening right here and right here in Nairobi. So thank you so much. I hope you're all energized, and I hope that you will leave this conference different. But the big takeaway, when you get confused with all the talk and all the beautiful language that is going to be, and the good people who can give very nice speeches, take a step back and ask yourself the question: have we got a clear roadmap on how we are going to fund the urban agenda? Because if we don't, we will have another conference and another one to discuss the same thing. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It is now my great honor and pleasure to invite our host Governor Johnson Sakaja to come and officially welcome us. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Asante to Bwana PS for inviting us. And just as our governor takes the stage, now we can start formally to Honorable Sakaja. This is a point where, as you see in your program, we are scheduled to start proper. We were just calling the room to order and to get your attention. We would now like to ask that we all rise for the national anthem and the African Union anthem. And then we will have a quick call to attention on the screen, and then I'll hand it over to our governor. Thank you. You may have your seats. Just call our attention to the screens and then to our governor, host governor, Honorable Sakaja.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark. I will take the cue from PS Hinga for doing two things. Number one, he stopped a very African tradition of naming everyone who is important and saying all protocols observed. To save time, I associate myself with everyone. All of you are important. So ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Of course, I'll mention the Prime Cabinet Secretary so that I don't get in trouble, but everyone else, please, you're as important as the next person. And the second thing he has done is discarded his written remarks. So I will also not read my speech. Because we've had these conversations for so many times, for very long. We know what needs to be said. We need to move to what needs to be done. So my first duty, and really a great privilege and honor, is to tell you welcome to Nairobi. As the governor of this city, I'm extremely proud to host the second Africa Urban Forum in our great city of Nairobi. Please feel at home. I hope you're already enjoying the hospitality of this city. And I hope you take some more time to visit more places in Nairobi. The people of Nairobi are very warm, they're very hospitable, and we like visitors. So karibuni, and really enjoy yourself. If you need any assistance, we have where you're getting your accreditation across, that is Charter Hall, and next to it is my office. So if you are stuck in any way, come to my office, ask for me, say I said it over here, you can record it on phone, and you will get the assistance that you need right from the city. In the 1950s, 25% of the world's population was in Europe, and a very small part of it in Africa. We stand at a critical juncture in our country's histories, because in the next 24 years, more than 1 of every 4 people in the world are going to be here. We're the only part of the world that has had to urbanize at the same time, industrialize at the same time, democratize, all within 1 generation. And so the challenges that are there before us, yes, they could be centuries old. In Nairobi, we've had the experience in recent times of challenges built over many years. We've had a flooding disaster, climate change problem. In 1906, when this city was being formed, we've seen letters written that let's move it from here. This is a floodplain. Let's create buffer zones next to the rivers that the PS Hinga spoke about. That was discarded. And the biggest victims of the flooding have been those who are along the rivers. The rivers that are supposed to actually give us beauty, and it's God's creation. What happened in the 1928 master plan in this city is that the colonial government at that time took the higher areas and left the buffer zones, or the areas next to the river, which later became informal settlements. In most cities in Europe, the river is the showcase. The river is the best piece of real estate. The river is where you want to have an alfresco, is where you want to have lunch, is where you have a restaurant. But in our country, and in many of our countries, the river tells a different story. We've decided to change that narrative. It is not right that those next to this greatest resource, the name Nairobi actually means a place of cool waters. It's a Maasai word, Enkare Nairobi. And that is the heritage of our city, but that has turned into disaster. I hope you get time to actually visit the transformation that is taking place along these rivers. As we look at the urban agenda on our continent, you all know our young people, the youngest continent. The median age in Kenya is, I think, what now, 19. The median age in many of the countries is much lower. In Uganda, it is 17. The young people must be part of that conversation. Let us not leave them behind. These young people want to be more than an overquoted statistic. They want to be more than percentages. They want to co-create. They want to define the reality of the future that is ahead of them. We must have them right front and center of these discussions. Let us not have them in the periphery of these discussions. Let's not have the young people in a small breakout session, because who are we creating this future for? It is for them. The young people of this nation, and I can say in Nairobi, are at the forefront of helping us create solutions to address the challenges that we're facing, be it in housing, be it in use of technology to address many of our challenges. But the young people must be seen as an asset and not a challenge. Cities are not just buildings. Cities are not just roads. Cities are not just landscapes. Cities are people. The biggest asset some of our countries have, unlike many of you with gold and oil, we have nothing, much to speak of under the ground. Our biggest asset is above the ground. And that's why we've chosen to focus on the human capital of these young people. And I'll give you a story. A few years ago, during, just at the end of the COVID-19 pandemic, you remember schools were closed. There wasn't much physical interaction. And something bad happened in my city. I was the senator of Nairobi at that point. I went to visit a few schools where there had been a lot of vandalism. People in the informal settlements had caused a lot of destruction because of economic hardships. They had taken desks, they had taken chairs, and a group of friends said, please let us come together and donate some desks to the poorest of these schools that would require some furniture. And so with a group of friends, we went to a few schools, and something happened that I never realized. It had never hit me, the extent to which, it's a problem in the urban setting. Normally, when I would show up in schools as a young senator, the kids would get very excited and jump up and down, yeah, Senator. Then you ask them, what would you like? And they say, we'd like sweets, or we'd like a football to play with. But this time, they started saying one thing everywhere. We'd like food. We want food. We're hungry. And when a child tells you they're hungry, instead of that they want to play, they're really hungry. And I realized it's a problem that many of us hadn't really focused on. And so for the first time, what I did was look for some sacks of maize from our cereals and produce board, and gave it to one of the schools, Kinyanjui Road Primary School. And the teacher was happy, the students were happy, they had some maize and beans for a week, and they called me again and said, Senator, we have the same problem. So I tried to come up with legislation, and I had to study it. What have other countries done to address urban hunger? And I realized urban hunger actually, in many aspects, is worse than rural. Urban poverty bites harder than rural poverty. You know that. If you don't have money in our cities, you'll have nowhere to stay, you'll have nothing to eat. So I came up with the National School Lunch Act, or bill at that time, in Parliament, that I sponsored. Unfortunately, the election cycle came, and I was vying for a different position. I was vying for governor of Nairobi. And so I made a commitment and I promised that when I become the governor of Nairobi, I'll make sure no child goes hungry in our public schools. Because believe it or not, 1 out of 4 children in Nairobi was missing out on a regular attendance of school because of hunger. And so we committed to do it. I'm proud to say that in the last 2 years, actually 3 years now, we're able to sort out that problem. We built 17 kitchens across the city, central kitchens, and I'd like, if you get time, to visit some of them, each of them producing 15 to 20,000 meals a day. And to date, we feed 325,000 children every single day in this capital city of Nairobi. It has had many other benefits. School enrollment has gone up 40%. We're using technology. The watch I'm wearing is not a fancy Rolex. This is an NFC device, that was created by the young people in this city. Every child in a public primary school wears this. And from this alone, I can tell who came to school, who ate, who do we have permission to feed, what are the feeding statistics, and we've been able to deliver more than 80 million meals in that short time in the capital of Nairobi. That is just an example of how we can co-create with our young people and how we can come up with homegrown solutions for the challenges that we have. Now, the PS said, and I'd like to correct his statistic, he said that in Kenya, 5 of the biggest cities produce 30% of the GDP. That is not true. Nairobi alone produces 30% of the GDP. The 5 big cities, Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa, Nakuru, and Murang'a, actually do more than 60% of the GDP. A question we must answer in these few days, and I'm glad that he started us on that tone, because it is very rare. I know I have some mayors here, some leaders of sub-national governments. It is very rare for a national government official to talk about funding of cities. A lot of the funding that comes to cities, or rather to our countries, from multilateral organizations, from the development finance corporations and development institutions, go to the national level. They don't come to the cities that need it. Charles, it is actually 65%. Nairobi alone is 30% of GDP. If you add Machakos because of industry, yet we don't get an equivalent amount for the investment that we make. We must figure out subnational level financing. If you look at all the challenges we have, whether it is climate, the places of the biggest impact with the biggest population are our cities. In those 26 years I've spoken about, where the majority of the world will be, in Africa, 65% will be in cities. Yet, it's like we're seeing that we're hurtling towards an abyss without providing ourselves protection from it. The future will not plan itself. We must plan it now. And I would like to provoke the mayors and the subnational leaders in the room. Maybe we need to have our own Africa Development Bank for cities and for the capitals and for towns and for the urban centers. Because the discussions at the AU rarely trickle down to the cities. So sorry for provoking that, our PCS, who is also the foreign minister, but I think it's time for mayors and cities to actually come up and speak. I think I'd leave it at that, but really to encourage us to come up with these practical interventions. One of those we've done is in food. You need to visit the housing. So many people in our city could not imagine having a house that has water and a toilet. When we did the first block of buildings, women were taking selfies just because they can sit in a toilet. Now, not only do they have running water, they have Wi-Fi. They have piped gas. How many of you have piped gas in your houses? They have piped gas in their houses. We're doing more than 200,000 units in our country. And so we really want to thank PS Singer, Madam Alice Wahome and the PCS, because this is transforming lives. It's not just doing brick and mortar. It is giving dignity, that the people can even believe in themselves. They can walk with their heads held up high. Imagine the shame of living in a 5x6 shack with you and your children. And the only thing that separates you from your children, you and your wife, is a curtain or a bedsheet. Imagine, gentlemen, your wife having to line up 20 meters from your house to take a shower in a line full of men. Those things are being changed practically every day in Nairobi and in Kenya. So for the next few days, please enjoy yourselves. As I've said, please feel at home. Please visit our recreational facilities, visit our national park. We always repeat this. It might sound like a cliche, but this is, again, the only capital with a national park in the capital center, and you can see the skyline of the city while visiting animals in their natural, unspoiled, untouched habitat, something we're proud of. So in the same note, if you come across a lion when you're leaving your hotel room, don't get shocked. They're harmless. You can pat them as you're on your way back to your hotel room. May God bless you and have a good time. Karibu Nairobi. Nairobi loves you all. Thank you.
Asante sana to our governor. I'm not too sure what the KWS would say about patting the big cats, but we are in Africa and we do find our way around the wildlife. Well, thank you for that.
This April, Africa comes together in Nairobi, Kenya, for the second Africa Urban Forum. Welcome to Nairobi. Welcome to the second Africa Urban Forum. Welcome home.
And also, this is to draw your attention to what we'll be utilizing as you share pictures or you take videos and you share it back home. You'll be able to utilize the hashtags AUF 2026 and hashtag adequate housing for all. We are also live on Boma Yangu, the official YouTube page. We'll be able to follow that. You can share that with those who are not with us physically, and I appreciate those who've been able to go upstairs to the upstairs gallery area, and our team is also on standby to guide you to the raised tree area where there are 4 tents. So in case you tire and standing, for those who are in the overflow, there's enough room for that, and you're able to follow it live, and there's going to be picture and sound simultaneously as we continue. Next up, I'd like to call on Mr. Cherno Habib Han, the Managing Director, Shelter Afrique Development Bank, for his quick remarks. Let's give him a hand as he comes to stage.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished ministers, partners, colleagues shaping Africa's urban future, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this second Africa Urban Forum here in Nairobi, a city that embodies the dynamism, ambition, and complexity of Africa's urban journey. And most importantly, Shelter Afrique's headquarters for 44 years. Since 1982, we are proud to be hosted by the Republic of Kenya. Across our continent, cities are rising at an extraordinary pace. Africa is urbanizing faster than any other region in the world. But urbanization is not merely about expansion, it's about becoming centers of opportunity, engines of productivity, and spaces where the aspirations of millions will unfold. This transformation brings both promise and responsibility. If well managed, Africa's cities can unlock unprecedented economic growth and innovation. However, if neglected, the risk of deepening inequality, informality, and insecurity would rise. The choices we make today will determine which path our cities will follow. It is precisely for this reason that the inaugural Africa Urban Forum in Addis Ababa in 2024, and it's a pleasure to see Excellency Minister in the room, issued a clear call to action in its declaration 3.4, in Article 3.4 of the declaration, which encourages development banks, particularly Shelter Afrique Development Bank, to collaborate with development finance institutions, partners to mobilize concessional, private sector, and catalytic financing for housing and urban development across the continent. And Pierre Singa rightly mentioned that financing is at the core of the agenda, and action is really key. That mandate reflects a simple truth: Africa's urban future must be financed deliberately, strategically, and at scale. This forum is therefore not only a space for dialogue, it is a platform for partnerships and action. Over the coming days, ministers, city leaders, investors, innovators, and development partners will exchange ideas, build alliances, and explore solutions that can transform the way we finance and design our African cities. At Shelter Afrique Development Bank, we believe urbanization should not only produce larger cities, it should produce better cities. Cities where housing is not a privilege, but a foundation for dignity. Cities where infrastructure connects opportunity to people, cities where growth is inclusive and sustainable. As we begin this forum, I encourage us all to approach these discussions with both ambition and practicality. Because behind every house, statistic lies where a family is waiting for a home. Behind every urban policy lies a community hoping to belong. And at this forum, we are also bringing in an innovation. So for the first time, we'll be also launching the Africa Urban Forum Deal Room, where investors will have the opportunity to look at innovative projects and ideas. And also, project innovators can present specific projects that need funding and financing. And Shelter Afrique will be curating this with other development partners and partners. This was part of our commitment to the first inaugural African Urban Forum in Addis Ababa. So on Thursday, 4 o'clock, there will be the deal room where we'll showcase transactions and investors will be able to beyond conversation and toward action and concrete investment opportunities. Once again, welcome to the Second Africa Urban Forum. Welcome to Nairobi. Welcome to Kenya. Thank you very much.
Asante sana to Mr. Cheno. It's not about larger cities, but better cities, and let's move from talk to action. We appreciate that and the sessions that you have talked about that you will be facilitating as we continue with the Africa Urban Forum. Next up, I'd like to call on Dr. Stephen Karingi, the Director of the Macroeconomics, Finance, Governance, Planning Division at UNECA for his quick remarks. Let's give him a hand as he comes to stage.
Thank you very much, Mark, Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, Honorable Alice Wahome, Cabinet Secretary for Housing and also LAD, Honorable Joseph Sakaja, we are in your city, let me recognize you, and also Moses Vilakati, I understand the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Economy and Blue Economy is here because we are co-organizing this with Kenya and African Union, all protocols observed. On behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, it is my honor and privilege to join you this morning and to deliver these remarks on behalf of the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Ambassador Clever Gatete, and also to convey his warm greetings and best wishes for the successful convening of the Second Africa Urban Forum. Allow me to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of the Republic of Kenya, and also to the African Union Commission for hosting this important continental gathering. We assemble here at a critical moment in Africa's development trajectory. Our continent is experiencing an unprecedented pace of urbanization, accompanied by profound implications for housing, infrastructure, governance, and economic productivity. This forum will allow us to examine these dynamics with the depth and the seriousness they demand. The presence of national leaders, local and regional authorities, development finance institutions, private sector partners, and civil society actors underscores the shared responsibility that we hold in shaping Africa's urban future. The issues that are placed before us in the rich program of this forum are neither abstract nor distant. They are the lived reality of millions of Africans, and I think Governor Sakaja has given us examples of that lived reality. The Africa Urban Forum program sets out an ambitious but necessary agenda. Personally, I'm pleased to be taking part in two core thematic discussions, one on technology, innovation, artificial intelligence, and smart cities, and the other on corridors, urban planning, and infrastructure-led development. Each of these speaks directly to the urgency of designing cities that are inclusive, resilient, productive, and sustainable, and also that reflect the interconnected nature of housing, finance, land, service delivery, and institutional governance in Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to reaffirm the Economic Commission for Africa commitment to supporting member states and regional bodies in strengthening the macroeconomic, finance, governance, and planning foundations of resilient, inclusive, and sustainable urban development. The UNECA stands ready to support African countries in mobilizing domestic resources for cities, improving fiscal frameworks and intergovernmental financing systems, advancing data systems for evidence-based urban planning with support from our African Center for Cities, and enhancing the capacity of local governments and contributing analytical work that supports evidence-based actions to unlock the potential of sustainable urbanization. Urbanization, as we know, and what we have heard so far, when well governed, is a powerful engine for structural transformation and growth, and the deliberations we undertake during this forum, and the commitments we formulate through the Second Africa Urban Forum Declaration will therefore have significant implications for the future of our cities, our economies, and our people. Allow me once again to express my profound appreciation to the organizers, to our hosts, and to all participating institutions for their dedication to this important continental process. I look forward to the constructive discussions ahead, and I am confident that together we will advance Africa's urban agenda in a manner that reflects our shared aspirations for the Africa we want. Thank you all, asanteni, and wish you a good forum.
Asante sana to Dr. Stephen Karingi, and now I'd like to call on, writing on those comments and sentiments, Bwana Stefan Achia, the urban lead at the Africa Development Bank, AfDB. Please join us, Bwana Stefan, and let's give him a hand as he comes to stage. Karibu.
Excellencies of Government of Kenya, Excellencies, the ED of UN Habitat, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the African Development Bank President, we would like to thank the Government of Kenya, the African Union for the kind invitation to the second Africa Urban Forum. I would like also to thank the Government of Ethiopia for the first Africa Urban Forum in 2024. This was, and I believe, the first event attended by the ED of UN Habitat as an international event at that time. And what an amazing first go it was in Addis. I would like also to thank the African Urban Forum to raise the profile of cities, raise the profiles of mayors, local government, ministries of local government, and also cities as part of the national development schedule. Their contribution to GDP, and I think the governor and the permanent secretary just mentioned, is significant to the GDP. Thank you again to raise this profile to our Ministry of Finance, to our commercial banks, to DFI like the African Development Bank, our housing and mortgage banks, and sector ministries. The key issues, we know them very well. 2020, we had about 700 million people living in our cities. By 2050, we'll have about 1.4 billion. We're adding 700 million people to our cities. Keep this in mind. 2 out of every 3 Africans by 2050 will be living in cities, especially our secondary cities. So what is the AfDB doing about this? First, we're intervening in governance, helping our cities, especially on the financial side, be able to raise finance and leverage their balance sheet. This was a key element mentioned by the permanent secretary this morning. 2, helping cities plan. We have a great partnership now with UN Habitat, and we're pushing this forward, especially on urban plans, city action plans, spatial planning. As we say, if you don't plan, it's difficult to win. And third is in infrastructure. Transport, water, sanitation, solid waste, power, and of course, housing. We have great partnership with CAF, as well as with mortgage finance companies, and building infrastructure, especially bulk infrastructure, to support cities. Our new president, Dr. Sidi Utta, has 4 cardinal points that he would like to unlock for the next 10 years. This includes unlock Africa's capital power, and that is very important for cities. Rebuilds Africa's financial sovereignty. Again, cities have a major element to play. Turn demographics into dividend. So many young people come for economic opportunities in our cities. What jobs can we help to make them have in the years to come? And finally, build resilient infrastructure and add real value to our cities. So a lot of things coming up, and we have a lot of work to work with the cities, and you're a major partner for us. Again, the AfDB can lend directly to cities. We don't have to go, but we need, of course, the partnership with our national treasury, and that would be, I think this is going to be a great discussion for the next 3 days. Again, I would like to congratulate again the government of Kenya, the African Union. Again, congratulations for Ethiopia for the first wonderful operation. I think we have to get clap to Ethiopia for the first African Urban Forum. And we look forward for the next 3 days coming here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Stefan Achia for those remarks. And just to draw your attention to the program and the agenda that you can access using the QR code on your lanyard, there are some side events that were scheduled to happen tomorrow but have been brought today, and were scheduled to start at 10 o'clock, so just please refer to that. And I have been informed that as soon as we're done with the session for the formal start of day one, once we have the remarks from our Prime Cabinet Secretary, they will be ongoing, so we will be inviting those who were keen on the side events, which is set up right at the white tent over there, the great setup and exhibition area that's also there yonder at the big area with the big dome tent. But the side events are on the smaller tents that you would be able to follow. However, just to check and to get clarification, you can check with our ushers and be able to get to the right side event. And just in case there's anyone who has a challenge utilizing these translation gadgets, please raise your hand. We'd like you to be able to follow, because we have this for those who'd like to follow the program for French-speaking, Portuguese-speaking, Arabic, and of course those who'd want to follow the proceedings in Kiswahili. We have that. So if there's anyone with a challenge, please raise your hand. There's a team that's scoping the room and will be able to assist you with that. And at this point, I'd like to call on our next speaker, Ms. Patience Chiradza, the Director for Governance and Conflict Prevention at the AUC, to give us her remarks. Let's put our hands together for her. Please, let's encourage her as she comes to stage. And if you have a challenge with the translation gadget or device, please raise your hand so you can get some assistance from our technical team. Karibu.
The Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs for the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Mudavadi, the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development for the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Alice Wahome, the Chairperson of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Public Service, Local Government, Urban Development and Decentralization, and the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Judith Nabakoba, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, Your Excellency Moses Filakati, Honorable Ministers here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and privilege on behalf of the Department for Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union Commission to welcome you today to the second Africa Urban Forum here in Nairobi, dedicated to reflecting on the delivery of adequate housing for all as the continent advances socio-economic and environmental transformation towards the realization of Agenda 2063. Allow me to begin by commending the government of the Republic of Kenya for agreeing to host this forum and for providing the resources and infrastructure necessary for the successful organization of this event. I would also like to appreciate the African Union Specialized Technical Committee, number 8, for its leadership and commitment to ensuring that the Africa Urban Forum is established as a platform enabling all governments, key stakeholders, and the international community to place urban development issues at the center of policy deliberations. In addition, I would also like to thank UN Habitat and the Economic Commission for Africa and all technical and financial partners whose support contributed to the success of this forum. Excellencies, distinguished guests, Africa's urban transition is no longer a future scenario. It is a political reality that requires leadership, vision, and decisive action. Urbanization is shaping governance. Urbanization is shaping economic transformation. Urbanization is shaping social stability, and increasingly, urbanization is shaping peace and security across the continent. The theme of this forum, Adequate Housing for All, Advancing Socio-Economic and Environmental Transformation towards the realization of Agenda 2063, is fundamentally a political and governance agenda. To the African Union Commission, housing is not only about shelter, but also about dignity, equity, stability, and about peace. Where people are excluded from housing and basic services, frustration grows. Where inequalities widen in cities, tensions emerge. And where governance fails to respond to urban realities, instability follows. This is why urban development must be seen as part of Africa's peace and security architecture. Excellencies, the political affairs, peace and security mandate of the African Union is important for our political leadership. Urban infrastructure is important for our political leadership. Urban infrastructure and urban development are not only developed investments, they are instruments for state legitimacy and stability. Resilient and sustainable cities reduce vulnerability and prevent humanitarian and security crises. Smart cities and technology strengthen governance, transparency, and accountability. Innovative financing empowers local governments and strengthens decentralization. Transformation of informal settlements promotes inclusion and social cohesion. Urban displacement and migration require coordinated governance to prevent conflict and instability. When combined, these priorities define a new political agenda for Africa's urban future. Decentralization and strong local governance systems are essential to managing Africa's urban transformation. Local governments are the closest institutions to the citizens. They are responsible for service delivery, they manage urban growth, respond to crises, and build trust between citizens and the state. When local governments are weak, urban governance becomes fragile. And when urban governance is fragile, peace and stability are at risk. Therefore, strengthening decentralization, local governments, and institutional capacity must remain a continent's inequality and instability. If well managed, cities can become spaces for integration, opportunity, and peace. This requires coordinated political leadership, strong governance systems, and inclusive urban policies. Honorable Ministers, the linkage between urbanization and the African Union theme of the year 2026 on water and sanitation is both strategic and timely. The African Union theme of the year 2026 demonstrated strong continental commitment to human security, sustainable development, and inclusive growth. It has rightly placed access to water and sanitation at the center of Africa's development, governance, and peace agenda. However, water and sanitation cannot be effectively addressed without addressing urbanization. Cities are where water systems are stressed, where sanitation infrastructure is required, where housing and services must be delivered, and where governance must respond to growing populations and increasing demand for resources. In this regard, urbanization provides a natural and strategic continuum for the 2026 theme. It is therefore important to reflect on the growing need to elevate urbanization and sustainable cities within Africa's continental policy and political agenda, particularly within the framework of the mandate of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on public service, local government, urban development, and decentralization. Strengthening attention to urbanization at the level of heads of state and government would reinforce ongoing efforts on water and sanitation, governance, decentralization, infrastructure, and peace building, while ensuring stronger policy coherence and coordinated implementation of Agenda 2063. Such continuity would further consolidate the link between urban governance, service delivery, water, sanitation, peace and security, and conflict preventing, recognizing that well-governed and inclusive cities are essential for stability, resilience, and sustainable development across the continent. Excellencies, the Africa Urban Forum is more than just a dialogue. It provides an important political platform to shape Africa's urban future and to strengthen continental commitments. The expected Nairobi Declaration should therefore reflect strong political will and clear commitments from the African leaders. It should reaffirm political leadership on adequate housing for all, strengthen decentralization and local government systems, inclusive and accountable urban governance, investment in resilient and sustainable urban infrastructure, innovating financing for cities and housing, transformation of informal settlements and inclusion of vulnerable communities, integrated approaches linking urbanization, water, sanitation, and climate resilience, and a strong commitment to peaceful and secure urban environments. This declaration should serve as a continental political commitment to building cities that promote stability, prosperity, and human dignity. Excellencies and honorable ministers, Africa's urban future will define Africa's political and economic future. Cities will determine whether we achieve Agenda 2063 or not. Cities will determine whether we reduce inequality. Cities will determine whether we maintain peace and stabilities. And cities will determine whether our young population finds opportunity or frustration. Therefore, political leadership at the highest level is required. Africa must move from managing urbanization to leading urban transformation. We must move from reacting to urban challenges to shaping urban futures. We must move from fragmented urban policies to integrated governance and peace-centered urban development. Your Excellencies and honorable ministers, the African Union Commission remains committed to working with all member states, local and regional governments, and partners to ensure that Africa's cities become engines of peace, resilience, and prosperity. Let us use this forum to strengthen political commitment, deepen cooperation, and accelerate action. And let us build African cities that are inclusive, resilient, and peaceful. Let us build cities that reflect the aspirations of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Patience Chiradza, for those comments representing the AUC. Now, let's hear from a very crucial partner as well in this convening, that is from the UN Habitat. And we have Bwana Umar Silla, the Director, Regional Office for Africa. Bwana Umar, we were talking on Sunday, and I think he knows where the Africa Cup is, coming from Senegal. So he will tell us a bit more about that. But karibu to Bwana Umar as he gives his remarks.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Musalia Mudavi, Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Ministers, Governors, City Leaders, all protocol observed. Of course, to recognize my boss, Anna Claudia Rochbach, the Director of UN Habitat, so that my salaries this month will not deduct. Our theme for this Africa Urban Forum, adequate housing for all, advancing socio-economic and environmental transformation towards the realization of Agenda 2063, is not aspirational language. It is a provocation. The forum is our answer to that provocation. And I'm honored to welcome you to Nairobi, the home and headquarters of UN Habitat, and a city that embedded in all its dynamism, complexity, precisely the challenges and opportunity we are gathering here to address, as mentioned by Governor Sakaja. This proximity is not incidental, it's intentional. The Regional Office for Africa of UN Habitat works across 49 countries of sub-Saharan Africa, and we are active in 32 of them. Because the solution to Africa's urban challenge will be forged here in Nairobi, by African government, African local authorities, African communities, and African women and men who understand the composition of their cities from the inside. That is why this forum matters for us as UN Habitat. When we travel across the continent, from Freetown to Maputo, from N'Djamena to Kampala, we see the same extraordinary tension, the energy of rapid urbanization, and the urgencies of adequate response and solutions. When houses is inadequate, none of the socio-economic transformation agenda is fully reachable. You cannot build a skilled workforce from overcrowded, under-serviced settlements. You cannot drive climate resilience from communities that cannot afford to rebuild every time after flooding. You cannot achieve structural transformation while the foundation of daily life remain precarious. Despite this, we see resilience in Africa. We see innovations. We see African cities finding way forward despite the gap in system and the shortfall of financing. Our job in the Regional Office for Africa, in UN Habitat, is to stand behind that resilience with tools, technical expertise, and with partnership building for the long term, as we have been doing it across this series of Africa Urban Forum. Across the region, UN Habitat is not working in isolation. We are working with the African Union Commission through the harmonized implementation framework for the new urban agenda, with national and local government designing housing strategy and urban policies. UN Habitat is working jointly with the African Union Commission on the implementation of the Africa Urban Resilience Program, enlarged to elevate the urban agenda at the continental level as a priority. Through the Partnership for Implementation of the New Urban Agenda, called PNUA, is supported by the European Union, UN Habitat is demonstrating what coordinated actions look like on the ground. Right here in Kenya, we are working across 3 concrete pathways: incremental green housing cooperative, societal rental housing, and participatory slum upgrading. The lessons we are generating through this program are precisely the kind of evidence that should be shaped the Nairobi Declaration we are aiming to this week. Over the next 3 days, we will go beyond diagnosis. We will hear from ministers, mayors, finance institutions, and stakeholders on concrete pathway for innovative financing model and public-private sectors partnership to smart solution and corridor urban planning. Each of those sessions is an opportunity to move from aspiration to action. And I want to draw particular attention to one of this forum's most consequential agenda items, which is the Africa Affordable Housing Compact. This instrument represents precisely the kind of structural commitment that Africa needs, a framework that moves beyond project-by-project-based intervention toward a continental architecture for housing finance and delivery. Excellencies, endorsing this housing compact for Africa at this forum will send a strong signal to development bank, to private investors, and to our own government that Africa is serious about adequate housing as a development priority and merely a social expenditure. The second Africa Urban Forum carries a particular responsibility and an extraordinary opportunity. We are here to give shape to a Nairobi Declaration that is actionable, grounded in continental space for local government to plan, resource, and act. Third is the urgency to undertake needed policy and institutional reform, such as land and financial system, to establish an enabling environment for the delivery of affordable housing at scale. And fourth and lastly, as we leave Nairobi as one, the World Urban Forum 13 in Baku next month is African moment to help shape the global conversation on housing and urbanization. The Nairobi Declaration can be the foundation of that contribution if we build together and carry it forward with a single and confident voice. I thank you. Asante sana.
Asante sana to Bwana Omar. Even though you've refused to tell us where you're hiding the cup, we will follow through during tea break. You said we'll ask someone there. Asante sana. Thank you for that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw close to the keynote address, just again to draw your attention to the side events that you were probably keen on as you were registering for this second Africa Urban Forum. Please ensure that you look at the program. The sessions that were meant to be at 10 o'clock for tomorrow, that's the 9th, have been moved to today. It's very important because not only are we having plenary, not only are we going to have side breakout events and sessions, we're going to have the side events over there, and even, as has been communicated, some visit to the projects that are ongoing. So please make sure you refer to the program just so that you're not lost, but you can get some guidance from our ushering team who are well aligned and briefed. So as we draw close to the Prime Cabinet Secretary's keynote, I'd like now just to set the scene as well from neighboring Uganda. I'd like to call on Honorable Judith Namakuba the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Republic of Uganda, the chairperson as well of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Public Service, Local Government, Urban Development and Decentralization. And definitely she is representing her country very well in her beautiful attire. And she got the note and the assignment really well. Yes, give her a hand, give her a hand. Karibu, Honorable Namakuba.
Thank you so much, Mr. MC, the Honorable Prime Cabinet Secretary, Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Kenya, Excellencies, ministers who are present, the UN Habitat Secretary General, the Governor, Nairobi City, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take the honor on behalf of the African Union and more specifically the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Public Service, Local Government, Urban Development, and Decentralization to thank and congratulate His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for graciously accepting to host the second Africa Urban Forum. In the same spirit, allow me to recognize and commend the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for believing in the African Union dream and hosted the inaugural Africa Urban Forum, whose momentum has made it possible for us to build on the progress of the meeting we convened in 2024, and now we are here for the second Africa Urban Forum. I would also like to extend warm greetings and best wishes from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to the government and people of Kenya for hosting this important forum. The theme of this forum, Adequate Housing for All, Advancing Socio-Economic and Environmental Transformation towards the realization of Agenda 2063, is both timely and critical because adequate housing has the power to drive economic growth, foster resilience, but also improve the quality of life for millions of our people in Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before I go further, allow me to remind us that as we convene this second Africa Urban Forum, we are building on the undertakings made in the first Africa Urban Forum, particularly our shared commitments to strengthen political leadership for the sustainable urbanization, reinforce the institutional framework and policy alignment required to deliver the integrated urban development, but also deepen partnership, advocacy, outreach, and communication to ensure inclusive, whole-of-society participation. In the same spirit, let me report that we convened the second meeting of the Bureau of the AU-STC number 8, that is in Kampala, where we deliberated on a number of issues. And we believe that the outcome document will be discussed by colleague honorable ministers. Indeed, Africa faces a critical housing challenge as its population grows rapidly, projected to reach 2.5 billion by 2050. With urbanization accelerating, the urban population is expected to double to 1.3 billion by mid-century. Yet the continent already faces a housing deficit of 60 million housing units. If this gap continues to grow, it could reach even 100 million units by 2030, worsening slums, increasing social inequalities, and hindering economic growth of our people. Urban migration driven by rural challenges like climate change and resource scarcity highlights the urgent need for adequate housing to support African cities, which already contribute to over 75% of our income or GDP. So addressing this crisis is vital for sustainable development, but also socio-economic transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for governments, affordable housing represents a high-impact investment. Constructing 1 million new homes annually would generate approximately 2.5 million direct and indirect jobs across construction, manufacturing, but also the service sector. This is particularly significant in a region like Africa, where youth unemployment often exceeds 20%. Moreover, investments in housing can yield significant reforms. Every $1 billion invested in formal housing stock can generate up to 100 million in additional municipal revenues through property taxes, utility fees, as we have seen in countries that have prioritized affordable housing as a key driver of urban development. The private sector plays a vital role in addressing Africa's housing needs. Despite a housing market valued in the hundreds of billions annually, only a fraction of the demand is met by formal developers and financiers. Innovative solutions like mortgage products, housing microfinance, green bonds can help to close these significant financing gaps. Modern technologies such as prefabricated and modular construction also offer opportunities to reduce costs and building homes faster, meeting the growing demand of affordable housing across our continent. Beyond the economic benefits, adequate housing provides important social benefits. Additionally, every dollar invested in a slum upgrading can generate up to $7 in social and economic benefits over a decade, including reduced health costs. It lowers the crime rates and also less environmental damages. Africa's cities face increasingly intense floods, droughts, and heat waves due to climate change. Poorly constructed homes in informal settlements are also particularly vulnerable to these risks, leading to loss of lives, properties, but also livelihoods. Homes built to climate-smart standards, such as those incorporating insulation, solar water heating, and flood-resistant foundations, can significantly mitigate these risks, reduce household energy use, but also cut disaster repair costs and reduce carbon emissions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Agenda 2063 envisions a prosperous and integrated Africa. Driven by inclusive and sustainable development, housing is a critical pillar of this vision. Investments in housing will not only provide shelter, but will also create 1 million of jobs for our people. It will stimulate local economies, and it will improve the lives of millions of African people. Therefore, addressing the housing deficit in Africa, prioritizing sustainable urban planning, Africa can unlock its potential for cities to drive innovation, economic growth, but also social progress. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I want to leave you with the words of the former UN Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, who said, adequate housing is a basic human right, and it is central to reducing poverty and building sustainable cities. Let us take this opportunity and this moment to ensure that our efforts not only end in this room, but we come up with practical, concrete solutions to innovative financing, which is cheaper for our people, but also innovations that can help us to deliver what we call real affordable housing, which we call low income. Affordability, it is very key. It could be relative, but it is the best for the majority of the African citizens. We believe that if we take on that, it will help us to use the opportunity to shape the future of urban housing in Africa and also transform the lives by creating resilient, inclusive, and prosperous cities for all Africans, now and for generations to come. I know that together, working with you, we can build the Africa we envision. Long live Africa. I thank you for your kind attention, for God and my country.
Webale, thank you so much to Honorable Judith Nabakuba, who will be back for the ministerial plenary and will be handling that alongside our host Cabinet Secretary, who I'm calling up next for her remarks, who will then call on our keynote address from the Prime Cabinet Secretary. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our host Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Alice Wahome, EGH, and she's a Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Developments for her remarks, and then she will call on our Prime Cabinet Secretary. Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, Minister for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, is a chief guest today, this morning. Moses Virakati, EU Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, who is here representing the Africa Union, the chairperson. Karibu sana, most welcome. Your Excellency, Honorable Johnson Sakaja, the Governor of Nairobi County, my brother. Your Excellency, Mheshimiwa Honorable Judith Nabakuba, Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and also Chairperson, Special Committee that is working on public service. And then we have Her Excellency Anna Krobia. Anna Krobia is the Executive Director of UN Habitat, our close partner in this work, and also Under Secretary General, United Nations. I don't want to pretend that I'll go down the entire list, but allow me to say, as the host, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Kenya, that I'm overwhelmed by the sheer presence of my colleagues, honorable excellencies and ministers representing the member states within the continent and outside the continent. Karibuni sana, you are most welcome. Kenya is home. We have various ambassadors also accompanying their ministers and other distinguished guests from the entire list of attendees. In fact, this is quite impressive for us as a country, hosting over 10,000 for this specific second Africa Urban Forum. We want to give kudos to the technical committee that has been burning midnight oil every day, including last night. I have a special guest, the Minister Anna Gurech from Azerbaijan. I overwhelmed him by charm, considering that they are hosting, he's coordinating the World Urban Forum, and for him to be here tonight, he deserves a special recognition. Just allow me that space, and we are looking forward as a continent to join you in World Urban Forum. Excellencies present here, allow me to stand on all other protocols present and give my short remark, because the Prime Cabinet Secretary will be giving the keynote address for this session so that we close the session. And therefore, I'll go to a very short written speech with your indulgence and say good morning and welcome to Nairobi for the second Africa Urban Forum. It is a great honor for Kenya to host this important gathering at a time when urbanization is rapidly shaping the future of our continent. Across Africa, our cities are growing at an unprecedented pace, and this rapid growth brings both immense opportunity and complex challenges. This forum, therefore, comes at a critical moment, and decisions we make, the partnerships we build, and commitments we advance here will play a defining role in determining whether our cities become engines of inclusion, resilience, and shared prosperity, or whether existing inequalities will deepen. Kenya is proud to be part of this collective effort under the leadership of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, the UN Habitat Global Champion for adequate housing. We have placed housing and urban development at the center of our national development agenda, recognizing that this is not only a social imperative, but also a key driver of economic transformation. Excellencies, the Africa Urban Forum provides us with a platform not only to reflect, but to act and to move from dialogue, discussions to delivery, and finally to implementation. It is therefore my distinct honor to invite a leader who continues to play a central role in advancing Kenya's engagement on regional and global platforms in strengthening our partnership across the continent. The Honorable Musalia Mudavadi has been the Minister for Finance in this country, and therefore he knows when there is money and when there is no money. He knows which money to apply where and which not to apply where, and where application of that funding will have great impact. He has been the Minister for Local Government, and here we are discussing about urbanization, and we recognize that Africa by 2063, because our theme towards Agenda 2063, we are looking to advancing socio-economic and environmental transformation to be able to handle the growth that Africa is experiencing through migration and growth of population in our cities. And therefore, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi is quite the right guest this morning for the first session, and therefore, allow me to request that you put your hands together. We bring him on board on this platform to tell us what next. Karibu, Honorable Prime Cabinet Secretary. Asante sana.
Alice, please be seated. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before I delve into my remarks, let me also acknowledge the presence of Moses Vilakati and also Her Excellency Anna Claudia Rosbach, the UN Under-Secretary and also the Executive Director of the UN Habitat. Let me give special recognition also to the governors present here. They've come from many of our counties, and all practitioners around what we may call the built and unbuilt space in our globe. And because Azerbaijan are going to prepare for the World Urban Forum, let me also say that you have a special place for us as we build up towards next month's event. Welcome to Nairobi for the second Urban Forum. We gather here at a consequential moment for our continent. Africa is urbanizing at a pace and scale without historical precedent, with its urban population projected to double from 700 million to 1.4 billion by 2050. Within a single generation, our cities will absorb hundreds of millions of new residents. This transformation will shape not only the physical form of our settlements, but the very structure of our economies, the resilience of our societies, and the trajectory of our development. The central question before us is therefore not whether Africa will urbanize, but whether this process will be guided with intention, foresight, and discipline. Across our countries, we are confronted by realities that are both urgent and familiar. Persistent housing deficits, the rapid expansion of informal settlements, overstretched public services and infrastructure, increasing air pollution, and growing exposure to climate-related risks. These challenges are compounded by constrained physical space, limited access to long-term and innovative financing, weak governance structures, and institutional capacities. Left unaddressed, the challenges threaten to entrench inequality and undermine the sustainability and promise of our cities. Ladies and gentlemen, a strategic approach to urbanization offers Africa its most potent pathway to transformation. Well-planned and well-financed cities can drive industrialization, unlock productivity, create employment at scale, and serve as engines of innovation and growth. They can connect markets, deepen regional integration, and expand opportunities for millions of our citizens. The task before us, therefore, is not merely to manage urban growth, but to harness it deliberately so that it becomes a driver of economic and social progress. This forum should mark a decisive shift in how we approach the task before us. The issues are well understood. The time has come to move from conversation to execution. We must emerge from Nairobi with a shared understanding of our challenges, and also a clear pathway to delivery anchored on implementable policies, locally led solutions and innovations, and of course, bankable projects. Housing is a foundational infrastructure. It is an economic sector in its own right, with deep linkages across construction, manufacturing, finance, and services. When we invest in housing, we do not simply provide shelter. We stimulate industries, generate employment, and anchor communities. This is why the question of housing must be elevated as a central element of Africa's development strategy. At the same time, we must recognize that the issue of urbanization and housing cannot be addressed in isolation. The future of our cities will be shaped by the integration of multiple, interdependent systems. Urban planning must guide growth in a manner that is orderly, inclusive, and efficient. Infrastructure must keep pace with expansion, ensuring access to basic services. Climate resilience must be embedded into the fabric of our cities, recognizing the increasing frequency and intensity of environmental shocks. Technology must be harnessed as a tool to enhance planning, service delivery, and governance. Mobilize both public and private capital at scale. Critically, the transformation of informal settlements must be approached with urgency, dignity, and inclusion. Furthermore, we must be cognizant of the fact that this forum carries a responsibility that extends beyond our continent. As we prepare to engage the global community at the World Urban Forum, Africa must speak with clarity and coherence. Our priorities, our solutions, and our expectations. We must ensure that global frameworks, financing systems, and partnerships are responsive to the realities of rapidly urbanizing regions such as ours. Kenya is honored to host this forum. We do so with a clear understanding that the success of the Africa Urban Forum will be measured not only by the quality of its dialogue, but by the strength of its outcomes. Let this forum mark a turning point to be remembered as the moment when Africa moved with greater intention. Let it be the moment when we began to translate ambition into action and plans into projects. The future of Africa's cities will not be determined by circumstances. It will be determined by the choices we make now. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, let us seize the moment to shape Africa's urban future. Let us advance the conversation. Let us all shape it together for a better tomorrow. And there is also a saying that says, if you can do it today, do it. Don't wait for tomorrow. I am about to leave the difficult things, and this is why the whole concept of innovative financing is critical, is that there is a limit to taxation. There's a limit to taxation. In Kenya, we have gone through a very interesting episode to get to the very critical stage that we are in, where there is broad and extensive construction through Alice's ministry under the Urban Affordable Housing Program, which was championed by the president of this country, and he'll speak to it tomorrow, when he's here himself. I can tell you it's not an easy journey. Petitions have been filed in court. The president has been enjoined on court petitions. The minister here, the governor, they have all been enjoined on petitions. Teachers have gone to the streets. The young people have protested. So it has been a very difficult journey because, frankly speaking, the amount of resources needed can only take innovative financing to carry it through. And taxation has its limits. So in the whole conversation, a lot of courage is required, a lot of bold decisions, unpopular decisions, sometimes painful decisions have to be made along the journey. But unless we do that, the alternative is worse. The alternative is worse. And we therefore have to really, as a continent, as a people, remember that there comes a moment when you have to bite the bullet. And biting the bullet for the good of our citizens is to ensure that we can make our urban cities livable, economic hubs that can spur growth and indeed strengthen peace and stability in our respective nations. So let me wind up by expressing deep appreciation to Honorable Alice Wahome, the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, and her team for working round the clock to organize this urban forum. I also want to appreciate the stakeholders who have worked with them very, very closely to make it what it is today. And to also express our appreciation to all participants, particularly those from beyond our borders. I'm told there are close to 40 ministers within our midst responsible for matters related to urban growth and infrastructure. I dare not try to name them, but there are very many heads of delegations, so many experts in this room. We say thank you for being here, and we really appreciate your presence. Members of our diplomatic corps that are here, we also appreciate you, because it's through this kind of engagement that we will be able to move forward. And more important, it's also great that we have not just the governor of Nairobi. I saw the governor of Kisumu, Professor Nyang' and others who are within here, and developers. This is a good moment for us because it's through this kind of experiences that, and exchanges that our citizens appreciate that unless we move, we can always continue imagining that we are the best. As they normally say in the African saying, you'll always imagine that your mom is the best cook until you move and have a taste of your neighbor's food. Then you realize, wow, there's somebody else who can equally cook very well. So this is a moment for us to really understand that other countries are approaching it differently, but they're making progress. Can we learn from each other? So as we wind up here, let us again remember that the World Urban Forum is only a few weeks away in Azerbaijan, and Anar Guliev, the minister, and his people will be waiting for us to equally show solidarity at that forum. I thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you excellent deliberations this morning through to the next 2 days. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Asante sana to Honorable Prime Cabinet Secretary. I will ask that Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, you will now head to this particular area so that the ministers will join you for a photo session. So to Bwana Prime Cabinet Secretary, Bwana Musalia Mudavadi, naomba tuelekee upande ule so we can take pictures with all the ministers as well as heads of delegation as had been briefed by the teams. So as he heads there and accompanied by Honorable Alice Wahome, our host Cabinet Secretary, and Madam Namakuba, and as well as Anastasia, thank you, Ana Claudia, beg your pardon, and all the heads of delegation. So please join us here. I'll read some names, and in case it's not on the list that has been provided here, please head on there. So this is a picture opportunity with our Prime Cabinet Secretary, accompanied by the ministers. And the ministers represented in this particular order and in this picture is the representation from Côte d'Ivoire, Honorable Musa Sanogo, from Ghana, Honorable Rita Na Odole, and from Tanzania, Honorable Leonard Akwilapo, and Tunisia, Sla Zori, Minister of Equipment and Housing in Tunisia, and from the Gambia, Honorable Hamat NK Ba. So we'll have some order, please, and just have the ministers for this particular picture and the heads of delegation for this picture. And as I'm continue to read the names, so we have representation I've already announced from Côte d'Ivoire, Honorable Musa, from Ghana, Honorable Rita Anna, and Tanzania, Honorable Leonard Akwilapo, and Tunisia, Sla Zouri, the Minister of Equipment and Housing in Tunisia. From the Gambia, we have Honorable Hamat Nkeba, Zambia, Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, that is Engineer Charles, and Eswatini, Honorable Apollo Mapalala, and also from Burundi, Dr. Engineer Lieutenant Colonel Nibigira Leonidas, from Burundi, Morocco, Youssef Hosni, the Secretary General, Ministry of National Territory, Urban Planning, Housing and City Policy, from Senegal, Honorable Mamath Talando, and Gabon, Mr. Moz Mouzi, Minister of Housing, Urban Development from the Gabonese Republic. Egypt, we have representation from Ambassador Mr. Hatem Yusri, and South Africa, Deputy Minister, Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Dr. Namane Dixon Masemola. So all the ministers represented, if you haven't heard your name, please head on there for this picture. And before our Prime Cabinet leaves, Prime Cabinet Secretary leaves, we will have the AU anthem and national anthem. But before that, let's just ensure that all the heads of delegation and all the ministers that have been named are there for the picture. And once we are good for that, we will clear the area and all be upstanding for the Africa Union anthem and the national anthem that will be played while we are there. So please, let's clear the area. For those who are not in the picture, we just have, with the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the ministers represented and the heads of delegation. And thank you to Madam Ana Claudia Rosbach for that. Bwana Prime Cabinet Secretary, tutasimama hapo ili tuwe na moment for the Africa Union anthem and the national anthem. I see he's headed back to his sitting position, to Bwana Prime Cabinet Secretary. Tutakuwa na muda for the national anthem and the AU anthem just before you leave, just so that we can follow protocol. We will just have a moment for the AU anthem and the national anthem, and then we'll give a moment to the Prime Cabinet Secretary to leave with our host, PS Bonahinga, to head on out, and then we'll stay here for the ministerial plenary session. So let's please all be attentive. We want to have the AU anthem and the national anthem, and the Prime Cabinet Secretary is ready for that. I understand that many of us would like to say hi. So now that we are ready and the Prime Cabinet Secretary is there, ladies and gentlemen, let's all rise for the AU anthem and the national anthem. Let's all be attentive and please be standing for the AU anthem and the national anthem. Thank you. You may have your seats as we give a moment to the Prime Cabinet Secretary as he leaves. And just give a moment, please let's settle in because we're getting to the ministerial session. Our Prime Cabinet Secretary, as he says, kwaheri to our delegation here, our delegates and our heads of different institutions and stakeholders. We appreciate the representation and our presence of the Prime Cabinet Secretary on the first day of the second edition of the Africa Urban Forum. Let's all appreciate our Prime Cabinet Secretary as he is heading on out and thank him for his presence on our first day and getting us off to a great start. Makofi kwake tafadhali akielekea. And I will now be inviting our host Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Alice Wahome. Up front, there are some chairs that are allocated here. And Honorable Judith Nabakuba, we may have our seats, just to give allowance for our Prime Cabinet Secretary to have easier access as he heads on out. So ladies and gentlemen, next session is the Ministerial plenary session. And our host Cabinet Secretary, as a co-chair, alongside Honorable Judith Nabakuba, the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. They will be following the ministerial statements that will be given and some of the presentations will be given up front here. There are two chairs and we will be having the first presentation that will be given. This will be connecting AUF2 and COP31 processes. Dr. Samed, from climate health, high-level champion for COP31 on climate change and environment. That will be our first presentation. Thank you to our co-chairs, Honorable Alice Wahome, Cabinet Secretary, Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Republic of Kenya, alongside her co-chair, Honorable Judith Nabakuba, the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development from the Republic of Uganda. So as I've named the first presentation, there will be presentations that will be listed and called out by our co-chairs. I'm just giving a heads up to the first one just in terms of getting them ready for that, but they will be formally called up to stage. And the first is, of course, our host, Cabinet Secretary, who will call our first presenter, and that is Dr. Samed, who is a climate high-level champion for COP31 on climate change and environment. And I believe that Dr. Samed, this is just for the purposes of them lining up and being ready, and that will be followed by another presentation on taking stock of AUF1 through the experience of Ethiopia. Honorable Cheltusani Ibrahim, Minister of Urban Development and Infrastructure, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, who will be the second. So I believe Dr. Samed is ready and will be called on first by Honorable Alice Wahome, our Cabinet Secretary on Lands, Public Works and Housing. I'll give them the opportunity to call you up. This was just to give you a heads up. And I believe Dr. Samed is ready. Over to you, our co-chair.
Thank you very much, Mark. Let's give Mark a clap so that we get back to order. I hope we are listening. Thank you very much for the first session. I believe it has gone on very well. I'm calling this session to order. It is co-shared between myself and my sister here, Judith, Honorable Judith, Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Uganda. We will share the session. I know the session is fairly long, but that doesn't mean we get discouraged. We will try and make it quick because every other person requires to say something during this ministerial session. So it is a high level of session and we need to get going. We can have less conversations.
So let's have our seats, please, as Honorable...
So that those who are going out briefly,
yes,
kindly let us get back to our seats
Let's have our seats
for the
those.
session.
Yes.
I will start this session by giving a few remarks, and then my sister, Honorable Judith, will make her remarks, and then we get into remarks by other ministers. We have a place and space for each one of us who are present on behalf of their countries. It is therefore my pleasure to welcome you to this ministerial plenary session of the Second Africa Urban Forum. Africa Urban Forum is a continental platform for Africa, but we are here together with our friends and partners from within Africa and outside Africa. This session is particularly important because it brings us into the core of our work as policymakers and practitioners to take stock of where and for housing and infrastructure, climate pressures, and the need to create inclusive economic opportunities for our populations. But we are also seeing innovation, technology coming to aid and support the work and assist in clearing some of our challenges. We are seeing new financing models emerge, stronger policy alignment, and a growing recognition that urban development must be approached in an integrated and coordinated manner. And this plenary, therefore, provides us with an opportunity not only to deepen the conversation, but also to advance concrete, forward-looking measures that support the implementation agenda for Africa, Agenda 2063. That is the Africa we want. Remembering our theme today is housing, affordable housing for all. As we take stock of this progress since the inaugural Africa Urban Forum and reflect on the implementation of the Addis Ababa Declaration, I encourage all member states to focus on practical, scalable solutions that span policies, programs, and partnerships that can be adopted across the different contexts. And this is our moment to share what we are working on, what is working, and to be candid about the challenges that we face, and to identify areas where collaboration can accelerate progress. Your pit holes don't have to be my pit holes. My pit holes don't have to be your pit holes. If we share and learn from the work we have taken, we are likely to avoid some of the serious problems that face development. As co-chairs of this session, we will aim to ensure that our discussions remain both substantive and outcome-oriented, and that they contribute meaningfully to the broader objectives of the forum. Our chief guest this morning indicated that we should come up with actions, solutions that speak to taking action immediately. Let us therefore use this platform to move forward. General statements are not sufficient. We want to work towards actionable with insights, actions that give us insights. Maybe you can also talk about foresight. Where are we going? What is the roadmap? What are the pit holes or potholes on the way? What are the challenges? How do we overcome them? How do we consolidate our voice as Africa continent? how do we draw strength and synergies from our countries? And therefore, with those remarks, I want to ask my sister to take up her place as I open this ministerial session and invite you to proceed.
Thank you so much, Waziri Alice Wahome. Can we clap for her to thank her for the introduction remarks?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to first of all congratulate you upon this second Africa Urban Forum. And I want once again to thank the honorable ministers who are here today, the mayors and other partners for having given us time to participate in this session. I'm Judith Nabakoba Narule, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Republic of Uganda, but also you gave me the opportunity to chair the AUSTC number 8, which is about public service, decentralization, administration, and urbanization. So I'm learning my tenure until the end of this year on behalf of the African ministers. I know we held our first inaugural Africa Urban Forum in Addis, and I want to commend Ethiopia and my sister Child Sunny for the work well done for that inaugural event in 2024. And after that event, we've been having a number of meetings and also events. We held another meeting in Cairo that was, I think, during the World Urban Forum, where declarations were made, but also during the inaugural event, we made a declaration. And the declaration was geared towards streamlining issues of urbanization and housing for the African member states. To take you through a few things that we had talked about so that I can remind you what we looked at strengthening political commitment, and we are looking at accelerating the Agenda 2030 of UN and AU 2063 so that we are in position to implement what the agenda provides for. But we talked about also developing national territorial plans, aligning infrastructure with economic development. We talked about establishing national urban committees for integrated urban policies, and we talked about implementation of African Union Urban Resilience Framework within national plans, and also organizing experience sharing, effective national territorial plans. And we also talked about institutional framework and policy alignment, while we are looking at prioritizing urbanization management in African political agenda, but also prioritizing the low-cost housing and urban development in our agenda. We also talked about strengthening AUSTC number 8, oversight of sustainable urban development, resource mobilization, but also financial planning. We also discussed about strengthening partnerships, advocacy, outreach, and communication with a number of partners who are always helping us in as far as taking ahead the agenda we want as Africans when it comes to affordable housing. With me today and my colleague Alice, we are here to co-chair the honorable ministers who are here today to take us through what would you envision as adequate housing and how can we make ourselves better to also learn, but also look for innovative financing mechanisms that can help us to drive the agenda we want, but also build the Africa which is united, working together, and also collaborating on a number of forums. I'm going to invite the next speaker, who is supposed to give us his statement. And the next speaker of today is I'm trying to look at the program.
Yeah.
The next speaker for today, we have the chair. We have Dr. Samid Agbas, the Climate High Level Chairperson for COP31 on climate change and environment. Join me to welcome him to come and give us his remarks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Excellence, distinguished ministers, city leaders, partners, and colleagues. It is a great honor to be here today at the Africa Urban Forum. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the government of Kenya for hosting us, and for bringing together those shaping the future of Africa's cities. Africa stands at the defining moment. The continent is urbanizing rapidly while facing some of the most severe impacts of the climate change. But this is not only a challenge, it is also a unique opportunity to build cities that are resilient, inclusive, and aligned with the climate-safe future. As COP31 Climate High-Level Champion, my role is ensure that regions like Africa not only represent in the global climate agenda, but are at its center, because climate action must be grounded in the regional realities. Across Africa, we see interconnected challenges, land issues, food insecurity, and rapid urban growth. These are not isolated issues. They are shaping livelihoods, driving migrations, and redefining cities. And this is exactly why cities must be at the heart of the climate solutions. Allow me to highlight 4 priorities. First, resilience. African cities are not on the front lines of climate impacts. Investing in resilience, infrastructure, and nature-based solutions is essential to protect both people and economies. Second, cities as drivers of ambition. Cities are not only vulnerable, they are powerful engines of climate solution, from sustainable mobility to clean energy and green buildings. Third, zero waste and circular systems. Waste is not just a challenge, it is an opportunity. Circular approach can reduce emissions, create jobs, and improve public health starting today. And fourth, inclusive climate action. Real transformation must be people-centered. Communities, youth, and informal workers are already leading, and they must be fully supported. Excellence. As we move toward COP31, we have clear responsibility to turn commitments into the real visible impact. The African Urban Forum is a powerful platform, strange partnership, and accelerate solution where they are needed most. Let us work together to ensure that Africa's cities are not only prepared for climate challenge, but are leading the way towards a more resilient and sustainable futures. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. I want to commend him for keeping time. You will allow me, give me indulgence that you'll be speaking. The allocated time is 5 minutes, and therefore allow me to now welcome the next speaker to share her experience Honorable Chaltu Sani Ibrahim, the Minister of Urban Development and Infrastructure, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Karibu, most welcome. Make your presentation.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, my dear sisters. I can say good day, distinguished brothers and sisters in this room. I'm really honored to be here with you. Allow me to take you back home virtually in the place where real urban transformation is underway. Please enjoy the short video. I think you have a video, right, Mr. MC? Yes?
As Africa's urban landscape expands rapidly, we must be intentional. The African city of the future is walkable, green, youth-centered, and grounded in dignity and belonging. Across Ethiopia, urban and rural areas are being transformed, designed to be green, human-centered, and resilient. In Addis Ababa, riverside renewal has transformed degraded waterways into clean, vibrant public spaces, reducing flood risk, restoring dignity, and strengthening community life.
So all Africans, let's work with our union. Africa wants to see peace, love, and prosperity.
አስተሳሰብ የአዲስ ቃና ብስራት ናፍናፍናፍናኝ የአፍሪካችን ህብረት የአዲስ አስተሳሰብ የአዲስ ቃና ብስራት ናፍናፍናፍናኝ የአፍሪካችን ህብረት በልጆችሽ 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 በዜጎችሽ ህልማቸው ተፈታ ህልማቸው ተፈታ በአፍሪካ 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 በአፍሪካችን ህብረት ምስረታ በአፍሪካ 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 በአፍሪካችን ህብረት ምስረታ እንግዲህ አክትም እንግዲህ አክትም እንግዲህ ይብቃ እንግዲህ ይብቃ የልጆች አምባ ራስ ተቆጣ ራስ ተቆጣ ስደት የችግር ቀመር ይወገድ 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 ከአፍሪካ ምድር ይቅር 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 ባለስማችን እንግዲህ አክትም እንግዲህ አክትም እንግዲህ ይብቃ እንግዲህ ይብቃ የልጆች አምባ ራስ ተቆጣ ራስ ተቆጣ ስደት የችግር ቀመር ይወገድ 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 ከአፍሪካ ምድር ይቅር 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 ባለስማችን የአዲስ አስተሳሰብ የአዲስ ቃና ብስራት ናፍናፍናፍናኝ የአፍሪካችን ህብረት የአዲስ አስተሳሰብ የአዲስ ቃና ብስራት ናፍናፍናፍናኝ የአፍሪካችን ህብረት በልጆችሽ 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 በዜጎችሽ ህልማቸው ተፈታ ህልማቸው ተፈታ በአፍሪካ 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 በአፍሪካችን ህብረት ምስረታ በአፍሪካ 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 በአፍሪካችን ህብረት ምስረታ እንግዲህ አክትም እንግዲህ አክትም እንግዲህ ይብቃ እንግዲህ ይብቃ የልጆች አምባ ራስ ተቆጣ ራስ ተቆጣ ስደት የችግር ቀመር ይወገድ 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 ከአፍሪካ ምድር ይቅር 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 ባለስማችን እንግዲህ አክትም እንግዲህ
Thank you so much for your kind patience. And I hope you have enjoyed the video because action louder than words. Your Excellency Alice Wahome, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Lands, Public Work, Housing and Urban Development of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency Judith Nabakoba, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development of the Republic of Uganda and Chairperson of AUSTC number 8. Mrs. Anna Claudia, Executive Director of UN Habitat. Commissioner Moses, the African Union Commission, Commissioner of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Climate Change and Sustainable Development, Honorable Ministers, Mayors, distinguished heads of delegates from across Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege to address this esteemed gathering at the Second African Urban Forum. As we take stock of the progress since the inaugural forum and chart a clear path forward for our continent. Ethiopia, a nation deeply anchored in Pan-Africanism and a pioneer in advancing the continental and urban agenda, reaffirms its commitment to the principle of African solutions to African challenges. Hosting the first African Urban Forum stood as a clear testament to this resolve at a time when only a few countries had expressed readiness to undertake such a responsibility. This milestone reflects the strong leadership and forward-looking vision of our Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, whose commitment continues to drive aspiration for a prosperous Africa through urban transformation. Today, under the leadership of Africa Union Commission, the forum has grown into the largest continental platform dedicated to the urban agendas. We also extend our sincere appreciation to our brotherly nation, Kenya, for its historic contribution to advancing the global urban agenda, including hosting the World Urban Forum and the Second African Urban Forum. Congratulations, Africa Union, and congratulations, Kenya, Nairobi. By way of reflection, the first African Urban Forum convened in Addis Ababa in September 2024 under the theme Sustainable Urbanization for Africa's Transformation Agenda 2063 in Action, marked a historic milestone for our continent. It brought together African leaders and global partners in a spirit of shared purpose, culminating in the Addis Ababa Declaration, a few words looking and collective commitment to harness urbanization and a transformative driver for Africans' sustainable development. Excellencies, from Ethiopia's perspective, African Urban Forum first was not merely a convening, it was a turning point. It elevated urbanization to the center of Africa's development agendas, strengthened political commitment, and defined clear continental priorities structured around 5 key pillars: political leadership, policy alignment, resource mobilization, data and capacity systems, and partnerships. Almost 2 years on, we observe encouraging yet uneven progress across the continent. There is growing recognition among African leaders that urbanization is not simply a challenge to be managed, but an opportunity to be leveraged. Several member states have strengthened national urban policies, advanced territorial planning, and elevated urban development within their national strategies. However, persistent challenges remain. Institutional coordination is still weak, with limited multi-level governance system. Urban financing gaps continue, despite improved access to development finance. Local revenue mobilization remains low, constraining cities' capacity to act. Data systems are fragmented, limiting evidence-based decision-making. Inclusion of informal settlements and vulnerable communities in Africa remains insufficient. We have a long way to go. These findings remind us that while momentum has been built, the pace of transformation must accelerate. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa stands at the forefront of global urbanization. With the fastest urban growth rates in the world, our cities are expanding at unprecedented pace. Ethiopia reflects this reality. While still among the least urbanized countries, we are one of the fastest urbanizing, with an annual rate of 5.4% and over 32 million urban residents. These percents pose a challenge and a historic opportunity, an opportunity to shape an African model of urbanization that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. It is in this context that I present Ethiopia's commitment, guided by our 10 years development plan, 2020 to 2030, and aligned with Agenda 2063. Ethiopia is advancing urban transformation through 4 strategic policy directions. 1, repositioning urbanization as a driver of economic transformation. The second policy directive is transforming cities into reduced slum areas from 74% to 51% and pave the ground to affordable housing. River and lakeside development are revitalizing ecosystems and creating inclusive public spaces.
Honorable
The
Minister,
Green Legacy, I'm concluding.
Maybe come to an end of
Thank
your
you.
presentation.
Thank you. The Green Legacy initiatives with over 48 billion trees planted in expanding urban green coverage. A mega housing program aims to deliver 1.5 million housing units over 5 years. Urban safety net programs in 88 cities are strengthening resilience and inclusion. No countries can address these challenges alone. Africa's urban transformation requires collective action in 3 critical areas. First, financing. We must bridge the urban infrastructure gap through stronger own resource mobilization, innovative financing mechanism, and empower sub-national governments. Second, governance and capacity is a key. We must strengthen institutions, enhance coordination across all levels of government. The third one is partnership across all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, African Urban Forum Second presents a critical opportunity to move for commitment to acceleration. We must build on the moment of African Urban Forum first by advancing implementation of national urban policies, strengthening monitoring, reporting, and the data system, scaling up peer learning and urban diplomacy across Africa, aligning urban development with climate, economic, and social priorities. The Addis Ababa Declaration calls upon us to harness urbanization for Africa's transformation. The responsibility now lies with all of us to deliver on this shared vision. In conclusion, Ethiopia remains fully committed to working with member states, the African Union, and all partners to advance this agenda. As an Ethiopian proverb wisely states, when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. This reflects the spirit of African unity and collective strength that underpins this forum and our shared ambition. Let us move forward with renewed dimension toward the cities that are inclusive, resilient, competitive, and prosperous. I thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you, Honorable Chaltu. Just intervening as the ministerial session. This is a ministerial plenary session, just for those who've been asking. If you refer to the agenda, it is there. Just scan the QR code. It has been updated. We are at the ministerial session. Granted, we did start a bit later on time, but we thank you for your patience. This is a session that is being co-chaired by Honorable Alice Wahome and Honorable Judith Namakuba. And we ask that those who come speak, please refer as you speak. We have guidance on time here, so please keep time. I will just be there to intervene and announce the time left at 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. So please let's keep time to allow all of the presentations the time allocated. Honorable Judith.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Now allow me to invite Professor Edgar to take us through the declaration of the first African Urban Forum. Professor Edgar is the Director, African Center for Cities. You are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I thought there was a presentation, but if not, I'll just speak to it very briefly. No, okay, not that, please. Not at that scale. Leave a man with some dignity.
Allow me to give you this so that you could be able to use your laptop if that is the hindrance here.
That's fine. Thank you so much. That's fine. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good afternoon, and honorable chairs. All protocols observed. I'm Edgar Petersen. I'm based at the African Center for Cities at the University of Cape Town. And it is a really profound moment to stand here and share with you because I was just reminded by Minister Chaltu. One slide back, please, if we could, sorry. All the way to the title slide, please. Thank you. There's no clicker here, so it's a bit of a challenge. Thank you. I was reminded by Minister Chaltu that, I was sitting in our office a few years ago as about 4 months before the inaugural Africa Urban Forum, discussing the outcomes to achieve and to see the road we've traveled in a very short period of time, precisely because there was clear political leadership and a commitment to indeed turn a corner. So I'm very pleased to come after you, Minister, to be able to share some more substantive reflections. Next slide, please. So I was asked by Omar Silla, the head of the Africa Division of UN Habitat, if ACC could conduct a systematic analysis of progress made by AU member states on the declaration that was produced at the end of the Africa Urban Forum. This request came in about 6 weeks ago. So obviously it was impossible, just in terms of time, to do interviews or to trawl, to engage ministers that are here today and your departments and so forth. So we've had to rely on a set of AI tools to scrape the internet and the national urban plans and the reports that have been submitted to UN Habitat in preparation of the Africa Urban Forum and the review of the National Urban Agenda. 15 member states have produced these reports, so that was the sample that we were able to work with. And I guess what we found from there, I will just identify highlights. The report will be made available after the convening by UN Habitat. Firstly, it was very clear that the inaugural forum was a really significant galvanizing moment. It was also comprehensive, covered a whole number of themes, and what it did was, for the first time, prepare the African region in a really decisive way for the World Urban Forum that also happened on the African continent later that year. And most importantly, we produced a reasonably clear, ambitious, and systematic declaration. Next slide, please. So what I want to reflect on is, I'm not going to go into the detail of this. All you need to know is we had to rely on AI tools. It comes with all kinds of complications that are limited, which I won't go in. Next slide, please. And we do set out in the report very clearly what the limitations were, because we know a number of member states may take umbrage at the findings, and as we know, AI tools can hallucinate, they can invent things, and so we did try and control for that, but it wasn't always possible. Most importantly, a number of your reports that you produce that is available, it's not available for machine reading. So it can't be fed into the analysis by AI tools. And so this was one of the limitations we had to deal with. Thirdly, the only point I'll make on the slide is that what we were trying to understand was what was actually implemented as opposed to assess progress, because the methodology didn't allow us to assess progress per se. Next slide, please. So here is the bottom line, key findings. Just go through the bullet points so that I don't have to ask you every time. There's about 5 on the slide. So firstly, there was a very important shift in discourse, that urbanization is now very clearly seen as an economic opportunity. And we had evidence of that this morning when the minister spoke and all of the delegates on the stage. And this is really crucial as Africa's trying to achieve the connection between urbanization policies and structural transformation within a context of climate resilience. And to this point, what is our African vision? What's our pathway? How do we carve that? And the urban story is central. What we found also was that there were no new national urban policies produced in the last 18 months, but there were quite a few member states who did update their national urban policies. And we also still saw a continuation of the big bureaucratic challenge of silos. So many member states are struggling to get the relevant ministries and sector departments to work together effectively. Thirdly, we've also seen not enough progress on this question of ensuring adequate finance at subnational levels. And then the fourth point is that, again, we're clearly at a moment of maturity where we can begin to hold ourselves accountable through benchmarking. There's a number of Pan-African cities-based networks, subnational networks, thematic networks, and so forth. All of that can be harnessed so that we can begin to really track systematically what those are. And I'll come back to this point in conclusion. Then I guess what is most challenging, and again the minister this morning confirmed this, the fiscal question is difficult. The minister said taxation, and my colleague that will speak soon, they've really, in a way, resolved this question conceptually and in policy terms about how do we work with informality as a mode of urbanization to inform the revision of our planning frameworks and fiscal frameworks. So these are the key results. Next slide, please. We want to end with just this quote from the declaration from the African Urban Forum 1, where we are encouraging our statistical commissions to build a data set and performance indicators so we can track progress. Next slide, please. And we believe this has got to be the main achievement of this forum. Next slide, please. Which is really a recommendation that we begin to build a set of tools that allow us, when we come together again in 2 years' time, to say this is where we can rank every African country, this is the progress made, and it's a set of tools embedded in our statistical agencies, so it's mainstreamed into national reporting systems. We put detailed recommendations in the report about how we can go about this, and we look forward to this being accepted and adopted in the declaration on Friday. And with that, I want to just thank the chairs for your patience, and I want to thank again the organizers for the opportunity to share this research. Thank you very much.
And from civil society and the NGO sector, all protocols observed. It's so, so nice to be with you here today. I was delighted by an invitation from Omar Silla to prepare the background paper for this Africa Urban Forum. My name is Kesia Rust, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Affordable Housing Finance in Africa. We're a think tank. We promote investment in affordable housing. And we also act as the secretariat to an industry body known as the African Union for Housing Finance, which represents now about 70 private sector institutions across the continent. And so as we started to think about what is it that this room here today should be discussing and over the next few days. Next slide, please. The report, incidentally, was on that QR code. We've heard this statistic over and over and over again this morning, so I won't repeat it, but just look at the orange dots. This is from the report put out by the OECD earlier this year, and those orange dots all represent a new city that will be formed by 2050. So in addition to being people, and we've talked about how many people are going to grow in our cities, the cities themselves are growing, and that's a land issue, that's an infrastructure and a servicing issue and so on, and we can hold on to that. So we've said this is the background, I think, for everything that we're talking about. Next slide, please. We know that governments are thinking about this, and they are working very hard. And I've been working in this sector now for 30 years, I'm shy to tell you, that there has been a real shift by governments in terms of not only the investment they're making into housing across this continent, but also the nature of the investment and the volume of it. And we can show examples everywhere. Next slide, please. And I'll go through these quite quickly, but we can see it in so many different countries, and you will, I'm sure, go on some of the trips this week to see some of what Kenya has done. And Kenya has really been championing the notion of having an affordable housing program that champions affordable housing as critical to the national priority list. Next slide, please. We can see it also in Rwanda, in Egypt, in Benin, and in so many other countries. Next slide, please. And you will hear from all of the ministers, and to the ministers whose projects are not represented here, my apologies, and please would you send me photographs, because that was the constraining factor in this instance. But there has been considerable investment, and it is interesting. It's doing some really interesting things in different places. Mixed-use developments, developments that are trying to reach a wide array of people. A lot of them urban, dense, and 3, 4, 5-story walk-ups to deal with urban density. However, this tremendous investment that is happening is being outpaced. Next slide, please. Photograph downtown Dar es Salaam, taken from my hotel window. Most of this housing was built by the National Housing Corporation and tenanted out, and then those tenants have sublet and sublet and sublet, and there's an economy here that's functioning. Next slide, please. In South Africa, the government-subsidized housing program, which has built over 4 million units. In many places, there are now micro-builders, what I think in Kenya are called fundi builders, who are building backyard rentals or additional higher, denser accommodation in these areas. And these are happening interestingly, in South Africa, the local government has recognized this and has started to support it with specific bylaws targeted at it. And this here, we're back in Kenya. This is an area called Pipeline. And in the front, you can see the government housing delivered by the Kenya Pipeline Company. And in the back, the informal tenement buildings that have been built by local builders. They are 8-story walk-ups without lifts. And they are housing the majority of urban Kenyans in that income range. Here we are in Abidjan, in Côte d'Ivoire, where you can see the ongoing delivery and upgrading of small-scale rental. Everywhere we look, there's piles of sand and bricks, and people are working and building and improving their housing environments. Next, in South Africa right now. It is astonishing the level of activity, and there's an opportunity here to harness this and to learn from it. So we can say all of the things on this slide of what informality can mean, and I've heard that from so many officials and ministers and colleagues. But it's also about The targeting, the developers who are building this housing are targeting individuals precisely because they don't have space for margin. They have to make sure they deliver to who can afford it. In the course of that, there's job creation, and there are people who would otherwise be unemployed that are becoming landlords. There are local supply chains that are being supported and quite a strong use of local materials. The internal economies in these neighborhoods is integrated, and there's a seed there. It's not yet the Africa we want, but there is a seed for the opportunity. So, to conclude, next slide, please. 3 ideas to frame the discussion over the next few days, and they're recorded in more detail in the paper. There is an opportunity in the informal, and I would urge us to not see this as aberrant activity, but actually activity that deserves scaffolding to support it so that it can operate in a healthy manner. And what that means is that we really need to embrace the local. And I'm so happy that at this session that we have cities that are involved, but we need to go right down to neighborhood level. And then thirdly, the opportunity of partnerships. And in that, to come to the PS's claim right at the beginning, we need to talk about financing. Well, if we're going to talk about financing, let's acknowledge that the majority of Africans across the continent are informally employed. And so their ability to access the finance...
I would have to ask you to summarize.
Yes, ma'am, I will, sure. Next slide is the very last one. They have the ability to meet the needs within the scope of the informal. 7 ideas for colleagues to think about. I won't go through them, Minister, I understand. And I would welcome any engagement. The paper, I believe, is on our website, on CAF's website, but also available through this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for her? Allow me now invite Ms. Angel Makombo Nkumba, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC. Could you please come up and give your statement on behalf of SADC?
And Ms. Angel, I will be guiding you with the time because I know you're reading on behalf. Just be guided by the time that I will whisper as we continue. 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1. Sante.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, esteemed cooperating partners, distinguished mayors and city leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great honor to address this distinguished gathering at the 2nd Africa Urban Forum, convened under the timely theme of adequate housing for all, advancing socio-economic and environmental transformation towards the realization of Agenda 2063. I wish to commend the African Union Commission and the government of the Republic of Kenya and partners for creating this important platform at a very defining moment for Africa's urban future. I wish to particularly thank reduction is clear. We must move beyond declarations and commitments and accelerate action. In the Southern Africa Development Community region, the SADC region, we are translating these commitments into action. We are investing regional corridors, strengthening multi-hazard early warning systems, and advancing risk-informed urban planning. We are also promoting inclusive housing solutions that address vulnerability, particularly in rapidly growing urban and peri-urban areas. However, progress remains uneven.
Less than 4 minutes left.
The financing gap is widening. If we are to achieve adequate housing for all, we must scale up investment in resilient, climate-smart, and inclusive cities, leveraging both public and private financing. Excellencies, Africa has no shortage of SADC. The SADC region stands ready to work with all partners to drive this agenda towards resilient, inclusive, and sustainable African cities. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, even for keeping time. I will now call upon His Excellency Moses Firagati, AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, to make remarks on behalf of Africa Union Commission. Give him a clap, please, as he comes to the stage here.
Thank you, my sister. I needed the warm welcome. Co-chairs, Honorable Alice Wahome, Cabinet Secretary, Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Judith Nabogoa, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development of the Republic of Uganda, who is also the chair of the STC on Public Service, Local Government, Urban Development and Decentralization. Let me take this opportunity to thank the government of the Republic of Kenya for agreeing to host this session, this second forum, and also to thank Ethiopia for having agreed to host the first one. In this case, let me take this opportunity also to provide an update on the African Union Commission's efforts to advance urban resilience and disaster risk reduction across the continent. Over the past 3 years, the Africa Urban Resilience Program has evolved into a flagship continental initiative following its endorsement at the highest political level during the 2024 AU Executive Council and its formal launch at the inaugural Africa Urban Forum in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Today, it serves as the central framework which is guiding the AU's strategic efforts to build long-term capacity for member states to integrate climate change adaptation as well as disaster risk reduction into urban development planning. Significant progress has been made in operationalizing this vision. The program's governance structure are now firmly in place, including the steering committee and the technical working group, ensuring effective coordination across member states, across regional economic communities, as well as partners. In parallel, the AUC has developed a continental flagship report on urban resilience in Africa, which is grounded in field data collected from 50 cities across all regions to support evidence-based planning and decision-making in resilience building. This report will be officially launched tomorrow on the second day of the Second Africa Urban Forum. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, at the request of AU member states and regional economic communities, the AUC has developed 2 guidelines focusing on priority sectors of water and housing. These guidelines aim to support urban resilience building through comprehensive, replicable, demand-driven, and accessible tools for decision makers at all levels. These efforts have been complemented by the development of an ARP implementation plan as well as a monitoring and evaluation framework to enhance the program's efficiency and delivery. A key priority for the AUC has been to translate continental frameworks into practical support for countries and cities. As a result, in collaboration with partners, the Commission has delivered targeted capacity building initiatives, including training for city officials and member states. At the continental level, we have also strengthened policy leadership, partnership, as well as coordination. Furthermore, the Commission's membership to the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure marks a significant milestone which is enhancing our capacity to mobilize finance, strengthen technical cooperation, and support resilience. We are also actively engaged in bridging the gap between global finance as well as local resilience. These achievements demonstrate growing momentum and a strong demand from member states. However, scaling impact will require sustained investment, strengthened partnerships, and a continued focus on implementation. As the AU, we remain committed to supporting member states in translating frameworks into tangible, locally driven resilience actions that protect lives, that safeguard development gains, and ensure that Africa's cities become engines of sustainable and inclusive growth. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We are doing very badly on time, but the comments and the statements are now coming. The next session, we will share country statements. I will request that we keep time. We are now down to 3 minutes per country, and the statement should focus on the forum's theme, adequate housing for all. And I will also request, because it's the ministers, we will start with the ministers, and the deputies use the country. I think it's faster and shorter, and therefore you will allow me in that regard to make my country's statement. As I do that, allow me also to recognize my vice chair, the Departmental Committee on Housing, Honorable Ridikire Mugambi, Honorable Member of Parliament in this country, and karibu sana Mheshimiwa for joining us. He's the one who makes us get the money or not. They support the work of our ministry, and especially oversight, by way of oversight and budget. So we are ready to go. I'll start, and then I'll call Judith as the second presenter for country statement. I hope we are still moving together. We will do quickly if we keep time, so that we can have our lunch maybe an hour after schedule. Kenya aligns itself with the shared continental commitment to advancing adequate housing as a central pillar of a sustainable urban development agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Excellencies, in Kenya, several structural challenges continue to shape the housing and human settlement landscape. First, rapid urbanization continues to drive the demand for housing, infrastructure, and services, particularly in the informal settlement. Secondly, climate vulnerabilities is increasingly evident, especially in flood-prone and environmentally degraded urban areas, many of which are located along riparian corridors. Third, we continue to face constraints related to access to service land, infrastructure deficit, and high cost of housing delivery. In addition, institutional fragmentation, financing gaps, and limited access to affordable housing finance, particularly for low and middle income households, remain key barriers to scaling the impact. In response to these challenges, Kenya has adopted a programmatic, systems-based approach to housing and urban development. At the core of this approach is the Affordable Housing Program, which integrates policy, financing, and delivery systems to enable scaling up. And since 2022, the program has achieved over 273,000 housing units nationwide, taking into account also that in the pipeline, we have another 500,000 planning, design, budgeting, and ensuring that the designs are ready. With that program, we have 640,000 jobs. Yes, I see the time is running out. And this scale is not only addressing the housing deficit, but also positioning housing as a driver to economic growth, industrial development, inclusive livelihood, and therefore, we want to complement and target interventions in informal settlement, where Kenya's second informal settlement improvement program has played a key role. We also have Kenya Urban Support Program, building climate resilience. All these programs speak to ensuring that our informal settlement are not left behind. These efforts are not implemented in isolation. They are supported and coordinated with the other government ministries and county governments. I want to maybe just say, Excellencies, the future of African cities must be both inclusive and sustainable. Together, these programmatic responses provide the applicable models for moving from fragmented interventions to integrated scalable systems for delivery. I want to stop there because I can't ask for time to be kept. But karibuni sana, we have showcase moments maybe within this period, ensure that you also go to our affordable housing projects.
Thank you so much, Honorable Alice, for presenting Kenya. You will allow me stand here to present for Uganda. First, permit me to convey special greetings from the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and the people of Uganda, to you all, honorable ministers and delegates present on this very important occasion of the Second Africa Urban Forum. My delegation would like to extend gratitude to the host Republic of Kenya. We are also indebted to the African Union Commission, my committee, STC number 8, for the work done in as far as organizing this important event. Turning to the theme, adequate housing for all, advancing socio-economic transformation, environmental transformation towards the realization of Agenda 2063, it is very timely and forward-looking. I wish to thank the Commissioner, African Union STC number 8, and the chairperson for the theme that will enable member states address the new emerging challenges to adequate and sustainable housing, as well as human settlements, which call for our collective effort to effectively address them through innovative, smart, and all-inclusive approaches. Uganda fully aligns itself with this theme, and it is very relevant to the government given its time. The government of Uganda urges all AU member states to ensure that we move away from fragmented views of sustainable housing. Rather, we should focus on creating a coherent view of this important phenomenon and its role to sustainable development.
1 minute left.
Indeed, Uganda believes that sustainable urbanization and housing development can be enhanced or achieved to serve as a transformative force, not only for the continent, but also for the contribution of the overall world development. Uganda's rapid population is reshaping the physical, social, and environmental landscape of our nation, with an urbanization of 5.2 and a population growth rate of 3.6. The urban population now represents approximately 27% of Uganda's total population. The rapid urbanization presents both significant housing challenges, but also opportunities. We want to assure you that Uganda, we are looking at policy alignment and institutional framework. We also have the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Urban Development. We are also looking at municipal infrastructure development programs. We have different levels of planning to enhance. Your Excellency and honorable members, you will allow me in my closing remarks to say that let me reiterate that my delegation will work closely with the AU and all delegations to ensure a successful second urban forum, but also to ensure that we get an outcome document which will be the Nairobi Declaration in as far as affordable and low-cost housing is concerned. I once again want to thank you for your kind attention. We are now going to country statements. Honorable Alice, you will help me to call the next country.
I wanted to start with
which is going to present.
The first one is Morocco. Then you proceed with the rest of the list. Morocco.
So representation from Morocco, please. Come up on stage, and we have the 3-minute timer. As our co-chairs have strived to lead by example, we will remind you, and the mic will be fading out after 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Madame Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs les présents, c'est avec un grand honneur que je prends la parole aujourd'hui à l'occasion de cette deuxième édition du Forum urbain africain qui s'impose comme un espace stratégique de réflexion et d'action pour notre continent. Nos villes connaissent une croissance sans précédent. D'ici 2050, plus de la moitié des Africains vivront en milieu urbain. Allons-nous subir cette transformation ou allons-nous l'accompagner? Excellence, sous l'impulsion de Sa Majesté, le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, le royaume a engagé des réformes profondes au service des citoyens fondées sur l'équité territoriale, la justice sociale et la durabilité. Dans ce cadre, des résultats concrets ont été obtenus. Depuis 2004, une politique volontariste des villes sans bidonville a permis de reloger dignement près de 2 millions de citoyens. Aujourd'hui, 62 villes sont déclarées sans bidonville avec une ambition claire, parvenir à leur résorption progressive à l'horizon 2028. Parallèlement, depuis 2010, une politique ambitieuse de logement social a permis la réalisation de plus de 700 000 logements au profit des citoyens urbains comme ruraux. Cette dynamique s'appuie sur une politique de financement adaptée ainsi que sur des mécanismes incitatifs efficaces au profit des promoteurs immobiliers. Mais l'année 2024 a connu un changement de paradigme majeur avec la mise en place d'un programme d'aide directe au profit des citoyens à faible revenu ainsi que la classe moyenne pour l'acquisition de logements dans une logique de mixité sociale, profitant ainsi, date d'aujourd'hui, à 95 000 citoyens. Par ailleurs, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Maroc a fait du secteur du bâtiment un levier central de la transition énergétique et environnementale. Un label national reconnaît désormais les constructions moins consommatrices en énergie, avec à la clé un bonus de constructibilité. Mais loger ne suffit plus, il faut permettre d'habiter dignement. Au Maroc, une évolution majeure s'est imposée, dépasser la seule logique de logement pour construire une véritable politique de l'habitat. Cette approche place le citoyen au cœur de son cadre de vie. Ces avancées reposent sur une conviction forte. Aucune politique de l'habitat ne peut réussir sans une planification urbaine maîtrisée. Aujourd'hui, 90% du territoire a été couvert par des documents d'urbanisme. Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Afrique ne manque pas de solutions. Elle doit aujourd'hui renforcer la convergence, partager ses expériences et construire des réponses adaptées à ces réalités. Dans cette perspective, le Maroc a porté, en partenariat avec l'ONU Habitat, une plateforme numérique régionale africaine conçue comme un espace de coopération, de partage de connaissances et de renforcement des capacités pour la mise en œuvre du nouvel agenda urbain. Comme souhaité par Sa Majesté le Roi, Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, le Maroc poursuivra son engagement aux côtés des pays africains frères et amis pour bâtir des territoires inclusifs, résilients et durables et une Afrique à la hauteur de son ambition. C'est ainsi, par des actions concrètes et une coopération renforcée, que nous contribuerons pleinement à la réalisation de l'agenda 2063 pour l'Afrique que nous voulons. Et je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm going to read the next 5 so that you know who is going to follow. We have Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Tanzania, the Gambia, and Zambia. In that order. Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Tanzania, the Gambia, and Zambia. 3 minutes per presentation.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, honorables invités, je voudrais dire que nous nous réjouissons d'être à ce Africa Urban Forum qui constitue pour nous une formidable opportunité pour apprendre et partager différentes expériences. Pour la Côte d'Ivoire, la problématique du logement dans un pays qui s'urbanise fortement, puisque nous avons un taux d'urbanisation aujourd'hui de plus de 53%, et dans un pays qui connaît une croissance forte, ces questions sont extrêmement importantes. En particulier dans notre capitale économique, Abidjan, qui a plus de 6 millions d'habitants, la problématique du déficit de logements décents est une question extrêmement importante. Et c'est pour cela que nous serons très attentifs aux conclusions de ce forum. De notre côté, nous avons l'objectif, dans le cadre donc, de la mise en œuvre de la politique définie par le président Alassane Ouattara, de bâtir 150 000 logements, et nous sommes dotés de différents codes réglementaires qui nous permettent d'aller allègrement vers l'atteinte de cet objectif. Au niveau local, différents plans de développement ont été élaborés pour accompagner les différentes collectivités, et nous pensons que dans le cadre du programme présidentiel de construction de logements sociaux du président Alassane Ouattara, nous pourrons contribuer à lever, à assurer donc la réalisation de l'agenda 2063 à travers notamment ce thème qui est celui de l'Afrique que nous voulons. J'espère en tout cas avoir permis d'économiser un peu de temps et je voudrais vous remercier donc pour votre aimable attention.
Can we have Ghana? Thank you so much for keeping time.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and people of Ghana and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, I extend warm greetings and gratitude to our hosts and the African Union Commission. It is a great honor to join you at the Second African Urban Forum as we advance the new urban agenda and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The theme, adequate housing for all, advancing socioeconomic and environmental transformation towards the realization of Agenda 2063, resonates deeply with Ghana's development priorities. Housing in our context is not merely shelter, it is a foundation for economic participation, social dignity, and environmental resilience. Ghana's urban population, according to the 2021 population and housing census, was 56.7%, but with an urbanization rate of 3.3%, increased to over 58% in 2025. This situation continues to place significant pressure on housing infrastructure and essential services. The country faces a housing deficit of over 1.8 million units, with only about 5% of citizens able to afford a home without support. Meanwhile, 12.7% of housing units remain vacant, highlighting a clear affordability gap and the urgent need for inclusive, well-planned urban growth. Distinguished delegates, our response to the housing challenges is guided by a multi-sectorial approach anchored in affordability, sustainability, and decentralization. These include the following: providing blended, accessible financing to expand home ownership among civil servants and informal sector workers through the National Home Ownership Fund, reducing housing costs by up to 40% through government subsidies on land and infrastructure under the Affordable Housing Program. 3.
1 minute.
Delivering district-level housing through the use of local materials and reduced costs and environmental impact while promoting climate-smart, affordable housing investment to undeserved districts under the District Housing Program. Distinguished delegates, local governments remain central in our urban transformation through decentralized planning, strengthened regulatory frameworks, and dedicated district-level housing initiatives. Ghana is intentionally shifting housing delivery closer to communities. We salute the shared commitment of member states, stakeholders, and partners. On behalf of Ghana and His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, I reaffirm our dedication to working collaboratively to secure a prosperous, resilient, and inclusive urban future for our continent. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Can we have Tanzania, then the Gambia?
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, it is a great honor for me to address this second session of the Africa Urban Forum here in Nairobi. And with me, I'm bringing to you greetings from Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who commends His Excellency President William Ruto and the people of the Republic of Kenya for hosting this very important forum. Tanzania expresses its appreciation to the Secretariat of African Union for the excellent organization of this forum in collaboration with UN Habitat. Dear delegates, Tanzania has made tremendous progress on implementing Agenda 2063, focusing on infrastructure development, energy access, regional integration, and social services, all of which mirror the African Union's strategic focus on connectivity, regional trade, and integration. In addressing rapid urbanization, as well as bridging the housing deficit and informality, which actually at present stands at 67.3%, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania is implementing national urban development strategies, including policy reforms, innovative financing mechanisms, improving land tenure, fostering public-private partnerships, and encouraging investments in affordable housing initiatives. Dear co-chairs, to provide medium and long-term liquidity to mortgage lenders, the government has established the Tanzania Mortgage Refinance Company, TMRC, a company which has made loans more affordable, mortgage repayment periods extended, microfinancing options introduced, as well as lowering interest rates. All these efforts are indeed encouraging and setting Tanzania on a good trajectory. Dear delegates, I wish to reiterate that Tanzania would continue to leverage its peace, security, and natural wealth to accelerate progress towards achieving Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want. I take this opportunity to welcome our development partners and the private sector in general to explore the different opportunities in the housing sector within the United Republic of Tanzania. With that, I thank you for your kind attention. Shukran. Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping time. I request also the rest to do the same. We now have the Gambia and Zambia.
Honorable ministers, diplomats, UN Habitat, UN agencies, Celta Africa, African Development Bank, members of the press, and all other protocols duly and respectfully observed. Greetings from the smiling coast of Africa, the Gambia. Compliment from His Excellency President Adama Barrow to all the delegates in this forum. I would like to start by thanking the government and people of Kenya, together with UN Habitat, for graciously hosting this important forum and for their continued leadership in advancing Africa's urban agenda. In December 2025, the Gambia launched its first ever land policy. This landmark achievement provides a clear framework for equitable, transparent, and sustainable land governance. It aligns with our national development priorities and international frameworks such as the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, within the invaluable support of the World Bank. We are advancing legal framework to ensure effective implementation, strengthening institutional and empowering communities to manage land resources respectfully. Our country faces unique challenges. As one of the 5 most densely populated countries in Africa, the pressure on land and urban infrastructure is immense. This reality has compelled us to upgrade small towns and peri-urban centers into major urban settlement, ensuring that growth is managed strategically and inclusively. Such transformation is not only essential for improving the quality of life of our citizens, but it also enhances the government fiscal management capacity and contributes meaningfully to climate change mitigation. In this context, we have launched a national land affordable housing program, an important pillar of our urban resilient agenda. This initiative seeks to provide decent, accessible, and climate-resilient housing for low and middle-income families, while promoting innovative financing and mechanism and sustainable construction practices. We do not yet have formal national housing policy. With the assistance of Afrique, we are currently engaged in a viral model diagnostic that will soon be approved, paving the way for the development of the Gambia's first ever land housing policy. This will provide a comprehensive framework to guide our housing sector and ensure that our affordable housing program is anchored sound policy and practice. We recognize that achievement, the vision requires strong partnership and significant investment. Therefore, we invite institutions such as the African Development Bank, Africa, and other development
SDGs. The New Urban Agenda, SDGs. The New Urban Agenda, the AU Agenda 2063, SADC Declaration, and international agreements for improved access to adequate and affordable housing and sustainable urban development. This is critical for promoting economic and social development, along with ensuring environmental protection within the African region. At the African regional level, Zambia has partnered with other countries such as DRC and Angola to commence the process of developing the Lobito Transport and Economic Corridor. DRC, Malawi, Tanzania, and Botswana to develop border facilities, housing, and transport infrastructure. And these efforts are aimed at promoting linkages between central, eastern, northern, and southern parts of Africa, and to ease the movement of people, goods, and services. Additionally, Zambia has partnered with the Republic of Egypt to promote coordinated urban development in the country through the development of towns to maximize the potential of urban areas in contributing to economic development and fostering inclusivity. Further, the Zambian government has partnered with academia, private sector, community groups, and other stakeholders towards sustainable urban development by promoting productivity, job creation, access to basic services, and social cohesion in key locations that have potential to contribute to economic development based on the natural resources available in those areas. To support Zambia is implementing the national policies and strategies to support land development, public investment, digital transformation, and green growth, and the legal frameworks on urban planning and budgeting, among other frameworks. Additionally, Zambian government is developing and reviewing policies and legal frameworks
30 seconds.
And promoting localization of sustainable development goals. Like many other African countries, Zambia is experiencing fiscal challenges in promoting sustainable urban development. And that is why we are leveraging on the private sector to come in and help us developing affordable housing. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for keeping time. Can we have the next speaker? I think that is Gabon. Okay. Eswatini. Eswatini. No, it is Eswatini, then Gabon, Guinea, South Africa.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I bring warm greetings from His Majesty the King and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Eswatini aligns itself with the statement of the forum, and we look forward to participate and contribute to this important dialogue under the theme, Adequate Housing for All, Advancing Socio-Economic and Environmental Transformation towards Realization of Agenda 2063. The theme resonates strongly with our national priorities and aspirations. Eswatini recognizes that adequate housing is not merely a basic human need, but a fundamental driver of dignity, social inclusion, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. It is central to achieving the vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa as outlined in Agenda 2063. In Eswatini, rapid urbanization continues to present both opportunities and challenges. Increasing rural to urban migration has placed pressure on housing supply, urban infrastructure, and service delivery systems. In response, the government of Eswatini has prioritized housing and urban development as key pillars of national development. Through our national policies and strategic frameworks, we are focusing on three important issues. One is legislative reform, the other one is integrated infrastructure planning, and particularly spatial planning. Eswatini remains committed to aligning itself to this development agenda with regional and global frameworks, including Agenda 2063 and Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal number 11. To achieve this, we call for strengthened regional cooperation, knowledge sharing, and increased investment in innovative housing solutions, including the use of locally available and sustainable building materials. In
50 seconds.
In conclusion, Eswatini reaffirms its commitment to advancing socio-economic and environmental transformation through sustainable housing and urban development. We stand ready to collaborate with fellow African nations, development partners, and stakeholders to accelerate progress towards realization of Agenda 2063. I thank you.
Thank you so much for keeping time. Can we have now Gabon? Gabon, Guinea, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Senegal. In that order, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Honorables ministres, mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais tout d'abord vous présenter les vives salutations du président Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema et remercier de notre pays, le Gabon, vit en milieu urbain. Et nous rencontrons un important déficit en logement, notamment en milieu urbain. Dans le cadre de l'agenda 2063, notre pays a lancé un vaste programme d'accès au foncier pour les populations, et cela à moindre coût. Nous avons également lancé un vaste programme de construction de nouveaux logements et d'aménagement de nouveaux pôles urbains, en même temps que nous avons initié la réforme générale de la législation foncière dans notre dans les plans d'aménagement et de construction, le financement de l'accès à la propriété et au logement des citoyens. C'est pour cela que notre pays, le Gabon, soutient les approches régionales et concertées en matière de financement et en matière de recherche communautaire des financements à moindre coût. Nous soutenons également des approches multilatérales du financement du logement, en particulier urbain, et ceci à des coûts abordables. Compte tenu des délais, je ne vais pas m'étendre plus. Je voudrais remercier encore une fois les organisateurs.
Thank you so much for keeping time. Can we have the next presenter?
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, le thème qui nous réunit aujourd'hui, garantir le logement décent pour tous comme levier de transformation socio-économique et environnementale, illustre une évolution majeure de notre regard sur les villes africaines. Dans un continent où l'urbanisation progresse plus rapidement avec des villes qui concentrent à la fois la richesse, les opportunités et les fragilités, la question urbaine s'impose désormais comme un enjeu stratégique central. Elle conditionne notre capacité à réaliser l'agenda 2063, à bâtir des sociétés inclusives et à faire de nos territoires des espaces de production, d'innovation et de prospérité partagée. C'est dans cette perspective que la République de Guinée a engagé une transformation de son modèle urbain, en assumant pleinement sa volonté de faire du développement des villes un levier central de son projet national. Sous l'impulsion de son Excellence, M. Mamadi Doumbouya, président de la République de Guinée, notre pays a fait le choix d'une transformation inscrite dans une vision traduite par le programme Simandou 2040, qui structure notre trajectoire de développement, consacre une approche territoriale intégrée, articulant croissance économique, cohésion sociale et durabilité. Dans ce cadre, le ministère de l'Urbanisme, de l'Habitat et de l'Aménagement du territoire a engagé des réformes profondes, organisées autour de plusieurs leviers. Nous avons d'abord entrepris de rétablir les fondements de la gouvernance foncière et urbaine par laquelle nous allons moderniser, sécuriser et digitaliser le cadastre foncier et élaborer les outils de planification spatiale. Dans le domaine de l'habitat, notre action vise à permettre à chaque citoyen d'accéder à un logement décent et abordable à travers notre ambition de construire 50 000 logements d'ici 2030. Nous avons engagé un programme d'aménagement, de désenclavement et de construction de voiries sur l'ensemble du territoire, notamment le long du corridor Simandou, dans le cadre de la création de nouvelles villes. Le programme Zéro déchet est engagé pour restructurer en profondeur la gestion des déchets et inscrire nos villes dans une logique d'économie circulaire. Mesdames et Messieurs, ces réformes sont les résultats de la transformation d'un État qui reprend pleinement son rôle de stratège, qui organise l'espace, sécurise les règles et crée les conditions d'un développement ordonné. Elle ouvre également des perspectives importantes en matière d'investissement dans les secteurs du logement, la rénovation urbaine, les infrastructures et le développement de nouvelles centralités. Nous sommes convaincus que l'avenir de l'Afrique urbaine se jouera dans notre capacité collective à partager nos expériences, à mutualiser nos outils et à mobiliser des financements adaptés à la hauteur des défis. C'est dans cet esprit que la République de Guinée réaffirme sa volonté de contribuer activement à la dynamique continentale portée par ce forum. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
We have Zimbabwe, South Africa, Senegal, Egypt, Tunisia, and Burundi.
Excellencies, honorable ministers and distinguished delegates, Zimbabwe extends its gratitude to the African Union Commission and our gracious host, the Republic of Kenya, for convening this auspicious gathering under a theme that is adequate housing for all, advancing socio-economic and environmental transformation towards the realization of Agenda 2063. In Zimbabwe, ladies and gentlemen, we do not view housing merely as a roof above our heads. We view housing as a fundamental human right and a vital element in our journey towards becoming an upper middle-income economy society by 2030. Our strategic direction is anchored in our national human settlements policy, a comprehensive document covering the entire human settlements delivery value chain, and in our development strategy 1 and 2, we were faced with a deficit of approximately 1.5 million housing units in 2020, and by the end of the first 5 years, we had completed 1 million houses, and we hope to complete another 1 million houses by 2030. Urban densification as a strategy to keep urban sprawl and protect our prime agricultural land is a necessity. the government has enunciated a policy that has mandated at least 40% of developable land for the construction of flats and cluster development housing in mixed residential land use, regularization and social inclusion. We are transforming informal settlements through responsive planning and issuance of title deeds to ensure security of tenure. The program targets the issuance of 1.5 million title deeds to provide security of tenure and to unlock dead capital for our citizens. It also ensures that all settlements have standard infrastructure that assures the dignity of our people. We are integrating green building technologies to ensure our new settlements are resilient to climate shocks and incorporate sustainable smart technologies.
50 seconds.
Innovative financing is one of the issues that we are looking at and working with the private sector and the banks to ensure that we provide affordable financing through mortgages and other facilities. As we endeavor to achieve Vision 2030, Zimbabwe is open for business, open for partnership, and determined to build a nation where every citizen lives in dignity, security, and prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you so much for keeping time. South Africa will be followed by Senegal, Egypt, Tunisia, and Burundi.
Thank you very much, directors of the program, Your Excellencies, in your eminence, representing various platforms of leadership, both in the continent and abroad. On behalf of the South African government, led by His Excellency President Matamela Ramaphosa, as a delegation, we would firstly like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Kenya for warm welcome extended to us since our arrival in this land of unlimited opportunities. Secondly, we would like to appreciate the opportunity for us to be here to share experiences and perspectives on how do we respond to urbanization and in particular human settlements under the guidance of the African Union. Your Excellencies, South Africa is a highly urbanized country with the largest part of the population living in cities and urban areas, signifying the urban character of the country with its own urban challenges alongside rural areas that need development. Over years, urbanization in this country led to people moving into urban centers with almost half of our population residing in 17 large metropolitan municipalities out of the 257 municipalities. Mindful of the impacts of the global mega trend of urbanization and the cities and their conscious abilities to deal with issues related to socio-economic conditions and constraints related thereto, we are working very hard through the leadership of His Excellency to provide the much-needed leadership to deal with housing-related difficulties and as well as challenges. Mindful of the fact that these realities beckons on us to provide housing, health, education, water, sanitation, road safety, and meet the daily demands of the people with regard to their livelihoods. Hence, we have got differentiated grants managed by various government departments to provide housing to our people. Review of the funding model of local government is underway to make it possible that municipalities do get the appropriate resources to deal with matters of development. The Department of Human Settlement is leading efforts to stimulate private sector investment in human settlements and encourage financial institutions to provide the much-needed funding to reduce housing backlogs. And it is also exploring alternative build mechanisms to scale up implementation provisioning alongside conventional construction. We are hard at work to provide household infrastructure services, integrated cities development, and as well as economic development for social progress. We would like to take this opportunity, as internationalism and Pan-Africanism in our character, brought together here by reality, to continue for constructive conversation amongst ourselves as we harness our energies and resources in the interest of our people to provide the much-needed services and as well as human settlements. This reality made it possible for us to advance integrated urban development framework, resilient fiscal infrastructure, and other related policy endeavors to respond and manage these realities without serious difficulties. Be that as it may, urbanization and metropolitanization remains matters that requires both public-private partnerships and government to sharpen their instruments of funding and as well as implementation. With these few words, we want to take this opportunity to appreciate this moment of international and continental conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Now we invite the next speaker, that is Senegal, Egypt, Tunisia, and Burundi. Can we stick to the 3 minutes?
Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, distingués partenaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un honneur de porter la voix du Sénégal à ce forum consacré à un enjeu fondamental, le droit au logement adéquat pour tous. Je voudrais à l'entame de mon propos saluer l'ONU Habitat, l'Union africaine, le gouvernement du Kenya pour son accueil chaleureux et l'hospitalité légendaire, ainsi que l'ensemble des partenaires pour la tenue de ce forum qui intervient Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République et du Premier ministre, nous avons fait du logement une priorité stratégique nationale au cœur de notre agenda Sénégal 2050. Nous avons engagé des réformes structurelles, mais surtout nous avons fait un choix fort, passer à l'action. Face à l'urgence, le Sénégal a fait un choix stratégique fort, tout en travaillant à l'implémentation de son programme national d'accès au logement à travers le programme de renouveau urbain et d'habitat souverain. Le Sénégal a privilégié une approche opérationnelle marquée par son agilité et sa territorialité avec le projet Les Cités de la Transformation. À travers les Cités de la Transformation, nous portons un modèle intégré combinant logement, services, économie locale et accessibilité réelle pour les populations, notamment à travers des mécanismes comme la location-vente. Car l'enjeu est clair, produire des logements adaptés à la capacité réelle des citoyens. Mais au-delà du Sénégal, une évidence s'impose. Aucun pays ne pourra relever seul le défi. Nous avons besoin d'une réponse africaine, nous avons besoin d'une diplomatie du logement, nous avons besoin d'un marche-point de départ d'une action commune. Car le logement en Afrique n'est pas seulement une politique publique, c'est une question de dignité. C'est une question de souveraineté, c'est une question d'avenir. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much. We have 3 more speakers, that is Egypt, Tunisia, and Burundi.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Dear Ministers, colleagues, all protocol observed, I would like to share with you the experience of Egypt in advancing the sustainable urbanization, including through the hosting of WOOF 12 in Cairo in 2024, and advancing the Cairo call for action, as well as its leadership during COP27 through the launch of the Sustainable Urban Resilience Initiative, SURGE. Egypt supports the African Urban Forum as a platform to convey African priorities ahead of WOOF 13th in Baku. I'm proud to highlight that Egypt was declared free of unsafe slums by the end of 2025. Furthermore, our initiative, Haya Karima, which means decent life, is currently transforming over 4,500 rural villages, bringing urban-grade infrastructure to 60 million people. In February 2026, this initiative was awarded the Dubai International Award for Best Practices in Sustainable Development. Egypt has also pioneered green social housing in Africa, over 25,000 units already certified for energy efficiency, and we have a goal of 80,000 by the end of this year. So it's not only Cairo that we are focusing in, it is all Egypt. Despite these Egyptian, what we can call success stories, housing programs in Egypt face some key challenges. First, and like any other African countries like we hear today, the rapid population growth in Egypt increases the pressure on urban services and infrastructure. Second, limited sustainable finance, particularly in the light of the current global economic conditions and the need to strengthen innovative financing mechanisms. Third,
50 seconds.
Challenges relating to master the transition. That is why Egypt is working on enhancing access to adequate housing, supporting resilience to cities. Egypt is thus eager to consolidate a common African position that carries out our voices in the line with Agenda 2063 to the global stage at WOF 13. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Can we have the next one? Tunisia and Burundi.
Mesdames les Présidentes, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, ce deuxième forum urbain africain consacré au logement un levier stratégique de développement durable, d'inclusion sociale et de performance économique. La Tunisie continue à déployer tous ses efforts afin d'éradiquer l'habitat précaire et inadéquat et de permettre à tous ces conditions de vie dignes. C'est un engagement du gouvernement tunisien prouvé non seulement par l'arsenal de lois avant-gardistes adoptées en matière d'habitat et de financement de l'habitat, mais aussi à travers notre engagement en matière d'objectifs de développement durable et notre action soutenue pour réduire les disparités territoriales, renforcer la cohésion sociale et promouvoir l'intégration des populations vulnérables pour ne laisser personne à côté. Ainsi, nous avons placé le droit au logement, l'égalité des chances, l'inclusion sociale et la protection de l'environnement au cœur de nos politiques publiques, avec un taux d'urbanisation proche de 60% de sa politique sociale et de son développement économique. Plusieurs instruments ont été consolidés par la Tunisie afin de promouvoir un habitat abordable et résilient, notamment la planification territoriale généralisée à l'ensemble des agglomérations urbaines, le renforcement du réseau d'infrastructures contribuant à la productivité des villes et leur désenclavement, des mécanismes de financement social innovants tels que le Fonds de promotion de logement pour les salariés, le programme du premier logement et le programme spécifique du logement social pour les plus démunis, la réhabilitation des quartiers populaires et la régénération des centres anciens, et récemment le lancement d'un programme de location-vente destiné à faciliter l'accès au logement pour les ménages à revenus modestes. Le secteur de l'habitat en Tunisie affiche un bilan positif avec un parc immobilier dépassant désormais les 4,2 millions d'unités, marqué par un recul continu de l'habitat précaire. Mesdames et Messieurs, le défi du logement en Afrique dépasse les frontières nationales. Il appelle à une coopération renforcée, à des investissements innovants et à une gouvernance exclusive. Ensemble, nous devons faire de nos villes des espaces de dignité, d'opportunité et de résilience. Réaffirmant son attachement aux ambitions de l'agenda 2063 et aux objectifs de développement durable, la Tunisie confirme aujourd'hui sa volonté d'intensifier la coopération intra-africaine et se mobilise encore pour l'émergence de villes africaines équitables, résilientes et durables. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. Can we have the last presentation as of now, which is Burundi?
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Burundi, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the African Union, UN Habitat, and the government of Kenya for the excellent organization of this session, Second Africa Urban Forum, and for the warm welcome extended to my delegation. This forum offers an important opportunity to share your experiences and reflections on pressing challenges of housing and urbanization in Africa. The theme, adequate housing for all, aligns with the Agenda 2063 and with the Burundi Vision 2040 and 2060, which aims to transform Burundi into an emerging country by 2040 and a developed country by 2060. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Burundi faces significant challenges like rapid and often unplanned population growth, a shortage of affordable housing, an expansion of informal settlements, land conflicts requiring secure and digitalized systems, climate change impacts, and limited institutional and financial capacities. In response, the government has taken key measures like adoption of a national housing policy.
Requests of 3 additional countries, and with your permission, you will allow them to come and make their presentations, but now we are going to reduce on the minutes, and we give each 2.5 minutes so that you can squeeze whatever information you have in those 2.5 minutes. We have Nigeria, Cameroon, and Liberia. Nigeria, Cameroon, and Liberia. 2.5 minutes, please, and keep time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. It's my honor to address this distinguished gathering at the Second African Urban Forum with the theme, Adequate Housing to All, Achieving Socioeconomic and Environmental Transformation towards the realization of Agenda 2063, a timely and strategic platform for sharing Africa's future. Nigeria remains firmly committed to advancing the goals of sustainable urbanization under Agenda 2063. Through the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Nigeria is implementing policies and programs aimed at expanding access to affordable housing through the National Housing Scheme and Renew Hope Estates across the Federation. 2, promoting green and climate resilience building, strengthening urban planning and development control system, encouraging public-private partnership in housing delivery. To achieve housing for all in Africa, we must collectively focus on the following priorities. Number 1, innovative housing finance. Number 2, integrated urban planning. 3, climate resilience and development. 4, strengthening institution and governance. We believe that no government can address African urban challenges alone. This forum provides an opportunity to strengthen collaboration among governments, public sector, development partners, local communities, and the exchange of knowledge and best practices is critical to achieving shared goals. Distinguished colleagues, African cities must become engines of transformation, centers of opportunity, innovation, and prosperity. Let us therefore move from dialogue to implementation.
20 seconds.
Invest in people-oriented urban development and build cities that are inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. As we prepare African common position for global urban discussion, including the World Urban Forum, let us speak with one voice and act with renewed commitment. Together, we can deliver adequate...
Cameroon and Liberia.
Bonjour à tous. Le Cameroun se réjouit de prendre part à cette session ministérielle consacrée à l'état des politiques et de la mise en œuvre des programmes de logement. Permettez-moi de partager en 3 volets les réalisations, les défis et les perspectives. Le Cameroun a adopté une politique nationale de l'habitat et du développement urbain qui vient renforcer l'exécution du programme gouvernemental qui se décline en 5 sous-programmes avec pour objectif de réduire le gap créé de 2 500 logements. Les défis sont les mêmes que ceux présentés par nos prédécesseurs. En guise de perspective, de manière pragmatique et systémique, nous pensons que sur le plan institutionnel, pour résoudre ce problème inhérent à la fourniture en masse des logements accessibles à tous, sur le plan institutionnel, il faudrait que la compétence de la gestion du foncier urbain soit attribuée au département ministériel en charge du logement et du développement urbain, qui devra davantage se charger de la viabilisation des terrains, d'assiettes et des projets développés par les promoteurs immobiliers. Systématiser la planification rationnelle des nouveaux espaces, développer des solutions de gestion numérique à l'accès à la propriété foncière, créer ou consolider des banques d'habitat financées par des taxes et impôts imposés aux producteurs et importateurs de matériaux de construction, renforcer et créer de concert avec les institutions financières le crédit hypothécaire comme levier déterminant pour l'accessibilité au logement, promouvoir la transformation industrielle des matériaux locaux, créer des marchés de production et de vente de matériaux dans la sous-région, instaurer un plan de financement et de sécurisation du marché immobilier à travers un plan Marshall pour accélérer la fourniture en masse des logements adéquats, abordables pour tous en Afrique, qui sera financé par des revenus des ressources naturelles, à l'instar des mines, pétrole, forêt, gaz. Le Cameroun réaffirme ainsi sa détermination à promouvoir un habitat décent, inclusif et durable, conformément à l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine et aux objectifs de développement durable. Merci.
Thank you so much. Can we have the last one, which is Liberia? Then my colleague, Honorable Alice, will also come in to summarize and give her closing remarks.
Good afternoon. I bring you greetings from His Excellency Joseph Nyuma-Boakai, and my minister, the Honorable Francis Sakila Nyumani, and from the people of Liberia. I would like to stand on existing protocols engulfed by war and then transition to peace, 2 governments, successful elections. Now, the president of Liberia, Joseph Nyuma-Boakai, have established the Ministry of Internal Affairs, now to the Ministry of Local Government, where we are taking government to our people and ensuring that the local government continues to play an incredible role in urban resilience. Since the inception of this current administration, the government and the people of Liberia continue to look towards sustainable housing for all of our people. Monrovia was overrun. All of the people from all of the counties came to Monrovia due to war, but now we're building, in collaboration with the Ministry of Public Works and the Monrovia City Corporation, local government supports the development of resilient infrastructure, zoning, and public codes to mitigate risk. With the support of the United Nations Capital Development Fund in Liberia, 2 counties, Nimba and Lofa, are currently engaged in mobilization of local communities, promoting awareness and ensuring participation in resilience initiatives such as provision of essential services like clean drinking water for local communities, inhabitants, improving sanitation and waste management, which is critical for public health and resilience. Furthermore, as local government, we are taking steps to implement climate adaptation strategies aimed at addressing urban vulnerabilities, Also, we are supporting the Monrovia City Corporation and the National Housing Authority with the President's agenda to build 600 new homes to help our local people to move back to the counties. I thank you.
Yeah, we are now coming to our closing remarks. I want to say that, like every other country in this continent and elsewhere, Kenya itself is working on an ambitious affordable housing program where we intend to build 200,000 units per year. We have a deficit of 2 million, and therefore that for us is an opportunity for investment. Looking at what we have received this morning through country statements, we are seeing that for us to achieve adequate housing for all, we have to think about planning, and for planning of our infrastructure, of our cities to be smart cities, then we think we must come up with the legal frameworks that support sustainable development, legal frameworks that also help us to raise resources, and that from this forum, we are getting ideas, we are sharing knowledge and information on how to do it better. We, of course, require to scale up implementation, and that ideas should not remain in terms of ideas. We must come up with solutions to the challenges of urbanization, because 2050, we'll find Africa with half of its population having moved to cities. We have, therefore, an opportunity in Africa because we also have land. We've heard that we have land. We need to automate. We need to digitize. And our land being available then is an opportunity to come up even with new cities. And there are people here like Egypt and others, maybe who have already started building new cities that are well planned, well thought out, with in mind the population growth that we are talking about. Of course, ideas on blended funding has been spoken to, inclusive development, that our cities must be engines. They must be engines or drivers of inclusive or sustainable development instead of excluding people in informal settlement. And we know Africa has maybe the largest number of informal settlement. Because there are many ideas, and I'm sure you are also taking notes. For us to do some of these things, for Kenya, our president required to do the heavy lifting. It required highest political goodwill. It required partnership with counties and partnerships with the legislature, so that we were able to come up with the Affordable Housing Act. The Housing Act helped us to come up with a local solution to raising resources. And therefore, I can assure you as the minister, I have one of the largest funding because we were able to bring a legislative framework that helps us to collect housing levy. The heavy lifting was because your enemies, your political competitors may not be enemies, but your political competitors will pick on that and come up with the negative aspect, because for a housing levy to be collected, you have to collect you have to collect it from either the employer for us, from the employer and the employee. And of course, the talk of taxation comes in. Extra taxation comes in. So the heavy lifting is how do you deal and balance the good in terms of the levy, the balance in good of the product that you are looking for. We will be able to share legal frameworks from different countries that are working. Local solution to the question of funding is a critical agenda for this meeting. We cannot continue waiting for funding from areas and sectors that do not give Africa funding on the same rates that they give other continents. Africa, of course, has been rated as a risk continent. That is something Africa leadership must deal with. And because we have our African Union here, I thought Africa, in my view, as the Minister for this particular urban development, housing and urban development, Africa providing opportunity and resources, land, should be assessed more fairly, indeed, with a lens of seeing opportunity than a risk. I don't want to go beyond that because my sister is also coming here, but the thoughts, the ideas, the knowledge, the experience from statements from countries provide us with a large menu from where we can pick and consolidate one voice for Africa, one voice that we can stand up with, stand for, as we move to World Urban Forum. I believe that that is another platform where some of the issues we shall consolidate here, that we can continue to engage, continue to look for investors, continue to look for private partners, and for me, Kenya is ready and open for investment, huge investment. We do not have to struggle with the 200,000 units or 500,000 units. And every country in Africa has similar numbers to meet because of the rapid growth of population into our cities. So let us look at this and encourage partnerships and investors to come and build while we offer the support in terms of the gap in funding. Thank you very much. My sister, Judith.
Thank you very much. I just want to, at this point, to thank the honorable ministers, the delegations, the mayors, for having given us your time to present the country statements, but also to highlight matters that at the center of our heart, matters that touch affordable housing, but also adequate housing. We have realized that in the session we have emphasized highlighting our country programs or policies when it comes to housing. Then we have also emphasized affordable mortgages, green bonds. We have also looked at African solutions through local building materials. Members also raised issues of sustainability and equal access of all income groups. You talked about multi-sectoral approach. You talked about issues of a regional solution, not individual solution, but working collectively, working as a team to design solutions that can help us tackle affordable housing. Then also aligning housing with country development programs. The issue of public-private partnership cannot be underestimated. Issues of climate resilience, smart houses. There are so many issues you have raised during your respective presentations, and they have been captured by the rapporteurs. We believe that they will be in our report at the end of the session. Allow me once again thank you for your commitment, for your kind attention, for your participation. I know we are running out of time, but allow me at this time to close the session, and the MC will give us the course of the program ahead of us. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause and appreciation to our co-chairs as they have their seats. We are now going to, as directed by the organizing committee, understandably have a lunch break. We haven't had a proper break since the morning, and we appreciate you for it. She says yes. She's nodding yes. And lunch is served. And just to draw your attention, the reason I've come with this is to draw your attention based on how you registered and how your card looks or your lanyard. If it has this slip of paper written overlay pass, that tells you that you will be getting access to the setup for lunch that has been labeled a VIP. And for us who have the usual type of lanyard, we'll be able to get, the setup is still in the same area. After the exhibition is where we are having lunch. So it's outside the Savo Ballroom, right past the waterfall, and to the setup where we have the exhibition. We encourage you as well, as you utilize your lunch break, that you also go to the exhibition area, and please go by the program. Of course, we did start over an hour after the time scheduled earlier in the morning, so there's been a knock-on effect. We were to start the afternoon session, but as guided and the wisdom given by the organizing committee, we understandably deserve a lunch break and a health break. So please go enjoy lunch. Please ensure that you leave these gadgets. There will be gadgets for the breakout sessions at Lenana, at Aberdare, at the amphitheater, and also at the side events for those who will need it there. We would need to charge these ones, so please leave them in the chairs that you have been occupying all morning, and then we will be able to continue with the session in the afternoon as lined up in the program. And also, because I have you in the Hi, Lillian. Hi, Lillian. Hi, Lillian. and I will just call and hand over to them. So for now, the BCRUP high-level event on engaging development partners and private sector on regional readiness program implementation and resource mobilization is called to order. And for scene setting, I thank Honorable Alice Wahome, EGH Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, who has been at a bilateral meeting and has now joined us to give us the scene setting for this session. I'll have us please to settle down as she comes to the stage. Let's put our hands together, and I'll be calling on the next speaker right after her, Tafadhali.
We can't have a better clap. Hey, yes, that's better, that's better. Thank you very much. I think we are starting a few minutes later than the scheduled time, so we need to move very quickly. Good afternoon. We are here, and I think the sessions are going on elsewhere, but this particular session, I want to say, Excellencies, distinguished development partners, private sector present, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to set the scene for this important high-level dialogue on building climate resilience with the urban poor. We call it BCRUP. It's a regional readiness program and the broader question of resource mobilization for urban resilience and housing in Africa. We meet at a time when two defining transitions are unfolding simultaneously across our continent. The first is rapid urbanization, whereby African cities are growing at an unprecedented rate, placing increasing pressure on housing, infrastructure, and services. Of course, that goes together with funding. The second is climate change, which is already reshaping our cities through flooding, heat stress, environmental degradation, with disproportionate impacts on the most vulnerable communities, particularly the urban poor. These two transitions are not separate. They are deeply interconnected, and they demand that we rethink how we plan, finance, and deliver upon urban development. Excellencies, one of the most critical challenges we face today is not the absence of ideas or ambition. Across our African countries, there is no shortage of plans, policies, and project concepts. Indeed, even our legal frameworks are correct in most of the times. The challenge is readiness. Too often, projects do not reach a stage where they can attract financing. Pipelines remain undeveloped. Preparation is fragmented, and as a result, significant resources, particularly climate finance, remain underutilized or untapped. This is the gap that BCRUP, Regional Readiness Program, seeks to address. It is designed to move us from concepts to pipelines, and from pipelines to bankable, investment-ready projects. It is about strengthening institutional capacity, improving project preparation, and creating structured pathways through which both public and private capital can flow into resilient urban development and benefit one of the most neglected groups, that is the urban poor. Excellencies, for development partners, this presents an opportunity to align support around a more coordinated and pragmatic approach that moves beyond isolated interventions and towards scalable impact. For the private sector, this effort presents an opportunity to engage with a more predictable and structured pipeline of projects. Private sector can help us make great strides in the urban resilience ecosystem by reducing risk, improving feasibility, and enabling long-term investment in various projects. For governments, this program offers a platform to accelerate delivery by bridging the gap between planning and financing. Excellencies, this afternoon, if we are to succeed, we must shift how we work. We must move from fragmented project development to integrated pipelines, from reactive financing to strategic investment, and from parallel efforts to coordinated partnerships. Kenya stands ready to support and actively participate in this process, and we look forward to working closely with our partners to advance the regional readiness program. It is now my pleasure to invite our distinguished speakers to take this conversation forward as we explore how best to translate readiness into real, measurable outcomes on the ground. Thank you very much, and karibuni tena, asante sana. Thank you very much. I'll take this mic back to Mark.
Right.
Where is Mark?
Right here.
Yeah.
Right here. Thank you
on.
so much. Let's give a hand.
Yeah, carry on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for scene setting on this high-level event on engaging development partners and private sector on regional readiness program implementation and resource mobilization. Just in the interest of time, I'll call on the speakers off stage. Next speaker will be Patient Z Chiradza, Director of Governance and Conflict Prevention from the AUC, for her quick remarks. And then I'll call on Omar Silla, the Director, Regional Office for Africa, UN Habitat. So put our hands together for Madam Patience Z Chiradza. Tafadhali. Let's put our hands together for her.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, development partners, distinguished guests, a very good afternoon to you all. It is indeed my honor to join you again at this important high-level event focused on advancing the implementation of the Building Climate Resilience for the Urban Poor BCRAP initiative. Across Africa, the scale and urgency of the challenge is evident. The continent is urbanizing at an annual rate of 3.5%, with nearly 50% of the urban population living in informal settlements where exposure to climate risks is highest. Resilience building contributes directly to peace and security by reducing humanitarian crisis, preventing forced displacement, and strengthening community stability. Sustainable urban development therefore supports conflict prevention, disaster risk reduction, and long-term peace building. It ensures that cities remain spaces of opportunity rather than spaces of vulnerability. Findings from the global reports, such as the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the 6th Assessment Report, inform that Africa contributes less than 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it remains one of the most climate vulnerable regions, experiencing increasing frequency and intensity of floods, droughts, and heat waves. Despite this, Africa receives only a small fraction, estimated at less than 5% of global climate finance, and an even smaller share reaches cities and local governments where the impacts are most directly felt. This mismatch between growing urban vulnerability and limited access to climate financing underscores the urgent need for targeted, scalable initiatives such as BCRAP to bridge climate injustice and channel resources to the urban poor who need them most. In this context, it is the urban poor who are most affected, living in conditions that heighten their exposure to climate-related risks such as flooding, extreme heat, and environmental degradation. These vulnerabilities are not isolated, they are systemic, and they demand responses that are equally comprehensive, inclusive, and forward-looking. Honorable Ministers, it is in this context that the African Union Commission is advancing a renewed and strengthened focus on urban resilience across the continent. I wish to note that during this Africa Urban Forum, the African Union Commission is launching a seminal report termed Urban Resilience in Africa, a Continental Review, which provides a comprehensive stocktake of resilience building efforts in 50 cities, complemented with 5 case studies while charting pathways for sustainable urban resilience outcomes for our cities across the continent. The report findings constitute a strategic tool to support member states in strengthening the resilience of cities through targeted planning, improved governance systems, and targeted investments. This framework is not a standalone effort. It is intended to complement and work alongside key initiatives such as BICRAP, a flagship global program focused on advancing climate resilience for vulnerable urban populations. Indeed, this initiative provides a critical platform for operationalizing and scaling the ambitions of the African Union's urban resilience agenda, serving as an enabling mechanism translating policy into investment and ambition into large-scale implementation. In this regard, the Urban Resilience Report, which has been developed through the concerted effort by key partners, including the African Union Commission, GIZ, UN Habitat, and UNDP, with the support from the RECs and member states, will serve as a key reference and guiding tool in the implementation of the BICRAP program, informing planning, prioritization, and delivery across participating countries. I need to emphasize one message today as a key takeaway from this meeting. The Africa's urban future will be determined by our ability to mobilize and deploy financing on a scale. In my humble view, the major challenge ahead of us is not only planning, it is related mostly to resource mobilization, coordination, and sustained investment. We therefore commend the progress achieved under BICRAP, particularly the advancement of the Readiness Multi-Country Program, which establishes a strong pipeline of bankable projects and helps unlock the much-needed climate finance. Ladies and gentlemen, we call upon the African Union member states to take an active role in this process, commitment, and from ambition to tangible results. We commit to support the government of Kenya in its endeavors towards the success of this program. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much to Madam Patience Chiradza for those remarks. And we'll still ask for those who are taking videos or pictures, if you may, please, because of the technical team that's also doing this for the live audience that's joining us, if we could please be mindful of their line of shot so that we could not be in their line of shot, because we are also live on Boma Yangu, which I'm sure you probably interacted with, the official page on YouTube that is being shared with our audience. So if you could please just be mindful of the team that's at the back getting a good shot for the rest of the audience joining us online. Bona Omar Silla, I'll call on you now as we give him a round of applause and appreciation as he comes up, Director, Regional Office for Africa, UN Habitat. Karibu.
Yes. Madam Honorable Alice Wahome, CS, Housing, Land, Urban Development, just to commend your leadership. Again, congratulating you as well for the well-established Africa Urban Forum we are experiencing here in Nairobi. Without your leadership and the one of the President of Kenya could have not happened. Of course, this morning we talk about leadership, and that leadership we are seeing as well on this BICRAP segment, because since the launch of the strategy plan of BICRAP in 2024 and 2020, I think a lot of progress has been done. And the reason why today the room is full is justifies the relevance and the importance of this topic that BICRAP is addressing. Of course, building climate resilience for the urban poor, we cannot find better time than now. I think my predecessor has spoken the rise of informality in Africa. Today we talk about 54% of urban population living in informal settlement in cities, and all confronted to vulnerability when it comes to climate change. Landslides, loss of housing. And I think what we have to witness this last weeks in Kenya, in Nairobi, on the flooding is quite a wake-up call on the way now we should look at our cities and the way we should plan our cities and look into different factors. I like your point of integrated approach to the issues. Of course, it's all society approach, it's all sector approach, not only one sector can address it, which means that it's very important to look at the perspective we want to use to address this vulnerability in informal settlement, in people living in informal settlement, especially women and youth, because today it has been proven the majority living in informal settlement are youth and women. As long as UN Habitat is concerned, as you may know it, Your Excellencies, UN Habitat has been the precursor of this BICRAP since the General Assembly where we agree with Brazil to establish a special purpose vehicle to allow this poor to have a voice, but also those living in informal settlement to have a mechanism and tool to address this vulnerability they are facing. Today, I can again reaffirm our commitment, especially while BICRAP is taking another direction on concretization, and we salute and commend the leadership of all involved countries ready to contribute and to put something on the table to make sure a proper project can kickstart on helping those vulnerable communities to alleviate those challenges they are facing. Secondly, as well, I mean, we have been discussing together this readiness project. We are happy to see those progress being made. And congratulations to the team led by Robert Sangori for those conversations they are having with the GCF, those conversations they are having with different actors on mobilizing resources. But of course, it's important we find this ownership at the local level, the ownership at the national level, and should start with African countries, and that we are seeing with all those member states involved on this BICRAP implementation. UN Habitat, you know it already, our strategy plan aligned very well with the BICRAP because one of our components of our strategy plan is housing, it's about land, and land is critical for addressing this issue, it's about basic services, it's fundamental. So which means that today, with the new era we are taking UN Habitat, we'll be able to contribute technically to the implementation of the action plan of BICRAP, but also we are liaising with other entities to expand a bit the broader-based partnership to make sure this is not only African-led process, but a global process where we can learn from each other, from Latin America, from Asia. It is very important to have this cross-fertilizing element. So I can only reaffirm our commitment as UN Habitat and our readiness to work together, to work with all countries where we have country offices, where we have present with our tool, with initiative like Rise Up, to make sure this product become a reality as soon as possible. Again, congratulations to the whole team has been invested on that, and we look forward to this very fruitful partnership. Thank you so much.
Asante Sana from the Regional Office for Africa, UN Habitat, Omar Sila, for those remarks. And not a stranger on stage today from the earlier session that we had in plenary, Dr. Samed Agirbaz, the COP31 high-level climate champion, now joins us on stage from Turkey, of course. And we appreciate your presence as well for this high-level event.
Excellence, distinguished partners, colleagues, thank you for convening this important discussion and for the leadership behind the Building Climate Resilience with the Urban Poor program. Let me start with a simple reality. Climate change is not experienced quality. For millions of people living in formal settlements and underserved urban areas, climate change is not a distant threat. It is already shaping daily life. It is flood that enters homes with no drainage. The heat makes work unsafe. The lack of waste system that turn environmental risk into the public health crisis. This is where climate action must start. As climate high-level champion for COP31, my role is to help connect ambition with the implementation and ensure that solutions reach those who need them most. And this is exactly why initiatives like BICRAP matter, because resilience is not built in theory. It is built in neighbors, in communities and cities that are growing faster than system can keep up. Excellence, if we are serious about the climate resilience for the urban poor, three things are essential. First, we must move from pilot to scale. Across Africa, solutions already exist. Community-led adoption, nature-based infrastructure, circular waste systems. The challenge is not innovation. The challenge is scaling what works faster and across regions. Second, we must connect finance to reality. Too often, funding does not reach the local level where it has the greatest impact. We need financing models that are accessible to cities, that recognize informal systems, and that support community-driven solution. This includes blending public finance, development finance, and private sector investment to unlock scale. Third, we must recognize and include those already doing the work. Informal workers, community leaders, women, and youth are already delivering climate solutions, often without recognition or protection. Building resilience means integrating them into formal systems, not working around them. Let me give one example of what this can look like in practice. In Lake Turkana, in Kenya, temperatures regularly exceeded 40 degrees, and the nearest major market is hundreds of kilometers away. For many fisher folk, this meant losing significant portion of their catch due to lack of cold storage, forcing them to sell at very low price or lose their income entirely. A solar-powered cold storage solution was introduced, simple, decentralized, and adapted to local conditions. The result, incomes increased by up to 5 times. Food loss was reduced and livelihood became more resilient to climate stress. This is what climate action look like when it works. It reduces emission, strengthens resilience, and improves lives all at once. Excellence. The global climate action agenda designed to help close the gaps. It connects governments, development partners, financial institutions, and communities, so that solution can move faster and reach further. And as we look ahead to COP31, there is a clear opportunity to elevate urban resilience, and particularly the resilience of the urban poor as a central pillar of the global climate action. This is momentum for partnership. BICRAP already brings together countries, institutions, and communities across Africa. What is needed now is to strengthen collaboration, align regional efforts, mobilize resources at scale, and ensure that implementation keeps pace with urgency. Because resilience is not just about infrastructure, it is about dignity, it is about opportunity, and it is about ensuring that the most vulnerable are not left behind. Let us work together, ensure that climate finance, innovation, and partnership deliver real change where it matters most. Thank you.
Asante sana to Dr. Samed for those remarks as well. And building on those quick remarks and on this same theme that we have this afternoon, I'll call on Right Honorable Abdullahi Atta, the Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development from Nigeria, at least the representation of the same as she joins us on stage. Let's put our hands together in appreciation.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, development partners, private sector leaders, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. In Nigeria, the federal government has continued to prioritize policies and programs that align with our climate commitment and the sustainability development goals. Our approach is firmly anchored on the implementation of the new urban agenda, which includes sustainable urban planning, the development of standards in the built environment, and the provision of resilience infrastructure as essential pillars for a low-carbon future. Distinguished participants, permit me to highlight some of our key policy achievements. Following extensive stakeholder engagement, we have reviewed the National Urban Development Policy, which was approved on 3rd June 2025. This policy integrates climate action by promoting green infrastructure, sustainable land use planning, and enhanced resilience to climate-induced risks across Nigeria's cities. Recognizing the interdependence between urban and rural development, we have initiated the National Policy on Rural Settlement Development and Planning to foster balanced growth and ensure the provision of climate resilience infrastructure in rural communities. We are also finalizing the National Physical Plan Standard to guide sustainable land use, infrastructural development, and environmental management nationwide. Under the Renew Hope Estates and City initiatives, we are promoting climate-responsive housing, integrating green spaces, deploying waste-to-energy system, and developing infrastructure that can withstand extreme weather events. This effort directly supports Nigeria's national determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria has also intensified efforts towards enhancing urban resilience and fostering regional collaboration. We have secured increased budgetary allocation for urban renewal and slum upgrading to improve living conditions, particularly for underserved communities. We are currently preparing urban resilience and sustainable plan for selected cities to ensure that climate risks are fully integrated into urban development processes. In collaboration with United Nations Development Programme and UN Habitat, we are implementing the Inclusive, Safe, Resilient, and Sustainable Human Settlement Program across the state under the Sahel Resilience Project. These programs adopt a humanitarian development peace nexus approach to address climate-induced displacement and conflict. A notable component of the effort is the planning of the Kano-Agada transborder corridor between Nigeria and the Republic of Niger, which will guide strategic climate-informed investment in a region increasingly affected by environmental and socioeconomic pressures. Distinguished participants, Nigerians stand ready and willing to actively participate in the BEL program and to contribute meaningfully to its objective. However, achieving transformative impact will require strong partnership and coordinated actions. We therefore call on development partners, private sector actors, and subnational government to collaborate with us in the following areas. 1, scaling up innovative green financial mechanisms for affordable and sustainable housing. 2, investing in the domestic production of climate-resilient building materials to create green jobs while reducing emissions. 3, supporting the review and nationwide adaptation and enforcement of the National Building Code. 4, partnering with us to establish a national urban observatory for data-driven planning and monitoring of sustainable urban development. 5, expanding support of urban resilience projects that directly benefits vulnerable and underserved communities. Ladies and gentlemen, this challenge before us is immense, but so too is the opportunity. Therefore, we can collectively reshape the future of our city by making them more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. Let us work together to ensure that no community is left behind in our pursuit of climate resilience. Thank you all for your kind attention, and wish us all a productive and impactful engagement. Thank you.
Asante Sana for the remarks representing Right Honorable Abdullahi Atta, Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development from Nigeria. Next up, I'll call on Honorable Judith Namakuba, the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development from the Republic of Uganda. As she comes to stage, after her, I will then be calling on His Excellency, beg your pardon, Anar Guliev, to speak right after Honorable Judith Namakuba. Let's put our hands together for Honorable Namakuba.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished experts, partners and stakeholders, I'm particularly happy once again to be here and commend the government of Kenya for convening this engagement on BCRAP. I also recognize African governments, development partners, and institutions for their sustained commitment to the building of climate resilience with the Urban Power Program as a continental response to growing climate vulnerabilities in our cities. I assigned focal persons who have been part of the project, and they have been briefing me from time to time. BCRAP is rooted in the core mandate of African Union Specialized Committee, STC number 8, which I chair. I recall during the World Urban Forum that was held in Cairo, Egypt, together with my sister Waziri, Alice Wahome, we held a similar side event, and I'm also happy to note that we are making significant progress in as far as BCRAP is concerned. Across Africa, our cities and municipalities are facing intensifying pressures, floods, heat waves, and drought, alongside the ecosystem degradation, but also the infrastructure vulnerabilities, rapid urbanization, often without adequate spatial planning, and the continued growth of informal settlements. These pressures fall most heavily on the urban poor, and their resistance, therefore, must remain at the center of our policy planning, but also financing decisions as leaders. Excellencies, honorable members, BCRAP is well placed because it works well with the local communities, often the first responders to these climate risks and shocks. It builds on their critical knowledge of the climate resilient solutions. Through BCRAP, African cities can strengthen community-centered climate resilience and disaster risk reduction, while also sharing scalable, inclusive, and resilient approaches across the continent. This focus on urban communities demonstrates Africa's potential to drive local Africa's solutions to local challenges. Uganda's experience reflects these realities. Our towns and cities, including the Greater Kampala metropolitan area and emerging secondary cities, face recurring flood risks, service delivery pressures, and settlement expansions in environmentally sensitive areas. Uganda's population of about 46 million and roughly 1/4 of our people living in urban areas, so our climate and urban development choices must be made with urgency, scale, but also coordination using the whole of government approach. It is in this response to these realities that BCRAP offers a practical, scalable, result-driven framework for climate-resilient urban transformation of our areas. BCRAP supports cities to apply climate risk analytics to identify the most vulnerable areas, embed resilience and nature-based solutions in planning, land use, deliver resilient infrastructure and essential services, but also catalyze green urban economies and climate-smart livelihoods. BCRAP also strengthens multi-level governance, financing, institutional delivery systems, and aligns city-level action with the Paris Agreement, including our national determined contributions. Uganda remains a committed partner in BCRAP journey, and we are part of the Regional Readiness Project covering about 20 African countries, showing our shared determination to move from ambition to implementation. Uganda has submitted its letter of no objection and has selected cities and municipalities for BCRAP implementation, demonstrating Uganda's readiness for the project. Under BCRAP, Uganda will prioritize community-based and participatory-led approaches, ensuring communities shape their solutions. They will generate lessons, community-driven planning, but also local resilience initiatives. This will also strengthen our ability to integrate local knowledge and lived experience directly into planning, implementation in our selected cities and municipalities. Therefore, as chairperson of AU STC number 8, I call upon fellow ministers across the continent of Africa to fully embrace and advance BCRAP within national and subnational frameworks. Let us demonstrate commitment through concrete steps, submitting the required no objection letters, aligning national priorities and planning instruments, but also enabling effective implementation. BCRAP is a continental opportunity to unlock financing of our countries, scale solutions, but also strengthen institutions and protect our most vulnerable urban populations, whom we have referred to urban poor. Uganda stands ready to implement BCRAP, and we commit ourselves to support the project. I thank you for your kind attention. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Wevale, Honorable Judith Nabakuba. And now, let's hear from His Excellency Anar Guliev, the Chairman, State Committee on Housing and Urban Planning from the Republic of Azerbaijan. Let's put our hands together for him as he takes to the stage.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to address this high-level event under the Second Africa Urban Forum. Let me begin by acknowledging the leadership of the government of Kenya in convening this important meeting and in championing practical solutions to Africa's urban and climate challenges. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Her Excellency Alice Wahome, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development of the Government of Kenya, to UN Habitat, to African Union, for their outstanding efforts in hosting the Second African Urban Forum. Building climate resilience with the urban poor BCRAP program is one of the important avenues for bringing together key partners. Today's discussion comes at a critical moment. Cities both across and beyond Africa are going through a particularly challenging period. They face growing climate risk, rapid urbanization, and increasing pressure on infrastructure and services, further aggravated by multiple emergencies. The most vulnerable communities, those with limited access to adequate housing and social support, are affected disproportionately, hitting the main damage. Millions of people live in informal settlements and slums that often emerge in environmentally vulnerable areas such as floodplains or unstable land, as well as was mentioned by Nairobi's governor this morning. Climate impacts are immediate and severe. Despite contributing minimally to the cause, marginalized urban communities are often excluded from climate adaptation efforts. Climate resilience is therefore not only an environmental priority, it is also a social and economic imperative. Advancing resilience must begin with addressing the needs of these vulnerable communities to ensure that no one is left behind. The BCRAP initiative represents a critical bridge between the global climate ambition and local urban realities, and between policy commitments and investment-ready action. We know that the challenge is not a lack of knowledge. Many innovative solutions already exist. The real gap lies in implementation, scaling up action, strengthening institutional capacity, mobilizing financial resources, and fostering multi-sector engagement. The BCRAP represents an important advancement in this regard. It helps translate concepts into practice, enhances regional preparedness, and supports the development of feasible and impactful initiatives to strengthen the adaptive capacity of urban communities in the face of climate change and disasters. Addressing these challenges requires strong partnership and coordination. Effective implementation depends on a multi-sectoral and multi-level approach engaging governments, development partners, financial institutions, the private sector and civil society. Climate finance will also play a critical role in enabling cities to upgrade informal settlements, improve infrastructure, and implement locally driven resilient solutions. Azerbaijan remains firmly committed to advancing the global climate and urban development agenda. As the host of COP29 and the 13th session of the World Urban Forum, and let us not forget the World Environment Day in Baku this June, my country actively contributes to international efforts to strengthen climate action and promote sustainable climate-adapted urban development. Azerbaijan launched the Multi-Sectoral Actions Pathway for Resilient and Healthy Cities, or how we call it shortly, MAP, declaration at the COP29, which established the Baku Continuity Coalition for Urban Climate Action. This coalition unites hosts of both COPs and WUFs. This initiative aimed to enhance coordinated actions across sectors, strengthen partnerships, and scale up infrastructure investment in cities, promote coherence between climate and urban development agendas. As the host of WUF 13, which will take place from 17 to 22nd May in Baku, under the theme Housing the World, Safe and Resilient Cities and Communities, we will continue to support these efforts by providing a global platform to connect regional initiatives with international partnerships and accelerate implementation. WUF 13 will present important opportunities for showcasing the regional initiatives, including BCRAP. Housing and urban resilience will be at the center of the forum program through high-level dialogues, thematic discussions, and special sessions. The forum will feature more than 40 main sessions, over 350 partner-led events, and 35,000 square meter urban expo. For the first time in the WUF's history, Azerbaijan has initiated a high-level leaders meeting, reflecting our strong political commitment to the global development agenda. The high-level dialogues will directly address the issues discussed here today. Dialogue 1, Global Housing Crisis. Another one, Transforming Informal Settlements and Slums. Then the Climate Housing Nexus. And Dialogue 6, a new deal for housing finance. In addition, a special session, Africa Affordable Housing Compact, will bring together ministers, global financial institutions, investors, developers and innovators to highlight Africa's affordable housing sector as a major investment opportunity and to explore financing models and partnerships that can accelerate scalable housing solutions. This is the very synergy and bridge between the African Urban Forum and World Urban Forum, emphasized during the session this morning, including by His Excellency Prime Cabinet Secretary. Importantly, the Urban Expo at WUF 13 will also provide an opportunity to demonstrate concrete initiatives and programs. It could serve as a platform to showcase the BCRAP, highlight pilot projects, and present investment-ready initiatives that support climate resilience and vulnerable urban communities. I don't want to bore you with excessive statistics, but let me underline we are proud of proactive engagement of our African partners on the wide range of the WUF-related issues. Among several new initiatives, we are pleased to announce the launch of the Baku Urban Award at WUF 13, an initiative that will recognize transformative achievements in housing and urban development worldwide. We encourage cities, institutions and organizations from across this continent to consider this opportunity to showcase your innovative solutions. Excellencies, we must move from dialogue to delivery, from commitments to concrete action and from isolated initiatives to scalable solutions. The discussions taking place here in Nairobi will help inform the conversations that continue in Baku at WUF 13, where the outcomes will contribute to shaping the direction of the global urban agenda in the years ahead. I invite all of you to join us next month at WUF 13. The strong presence and active contributions of the African Union, African states, local governments and communities will elevate the discussion and strengthen the outcomes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency Anar Guliev, for that invitation, representing the Republic of Azerbaijan as the Chairman of the State Committee on Housing and Urban Planning. And now for the keynote on this BICRAP high-level event, I'd like to now call on Dr. Boniface Baraza, who is the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Economic Planning within the National Treasury and Economic Planning, for his keynote address on behalf of the Ministry of Treasury. Karibu, let's put our hands together for this keynote.
Thank you very much. I'm delivering this keynote speech on behalf of the CS, that is the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable John Mbadi, the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury. Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, development partners, private sector leaders, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by welcoming you all to Nairobi and to this defining moment within the African Urban Forum. Today, we are not merely engaging within the confines of building climate resilience with urban poor initiative, but are here to make a continental call to action, one grounded in urgency, responsibility, and shared destiny. Excellencies, Africa is urbanizing at unprecedented pace. Every year, millions of our people move into cities in search of opportunities, dignity, and better future. Yet this rapid urbanization is unfolding in the context of deep structural challenges, such as informal settlements, inadequate housing, overstretched infrastructure, rising inequality, and increasing climate vulnerability. Urban poor are not only confined to locations of residency, but they interact with the city in all phases, especially in upmarket neighborhoods, economic nodes such as industrial areas, special zones, etc., recreational areas, and also the central business district. Such areas are characterized by inadequate, resilient, and integrated infrastructure. If not properly managed, urbanization will amplify the risk. But if properly financed and planned, it will be Africa's greatest engine for transformation. This is why we must be clear. Urbanization is not just a demographic trend, it is a financing challenge, a governance challenge, and above all, a development opportunity. Fellow colleagues, in September 2023, when we launched the Building Climate Resilience for Urban Poor, or BICRAP, implementation strategy, we agreed on one thing, that Africa must act with the urgency to address climate vulnerability where it is most visible in our cities and especially among the urban poor. Today here at the African Urban Forum, we take the next step. We move from strategy to implementation while propagating for additional resources from climate finance and other sustainable finance mechanisms. Over the past 2 years, we have worked steadily with countries across the continent to translate this vision into action, and the progress is real. 20 African countries have been invited to be part of co-designing the regional readiness project, with 15 countries having issued no objection letters, affirming their political commitment to the BICRAP and advancing the preparation of bankable climate resilience projects to cushion the urban poor against adverse climate change effects. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what momentum looks like. But momentum alone is not enough. We must now convert it into scale, and the scale of Africa's urban challenge demands far greater ambition in financing. We are putting forward a clear and structured pathway. Our long-term ambition is to mobilize $10 billion for urban climate resilience across 20 African countries. This is not an abstract figure, but as a practical benchmark for what it takes to build resilient and inclusive urban systems. But we are not starting at 10 billion. We are starting with readiness. We are starting with a focused fast phase. Through the Regional Readiness Program, we are targeting the development of a $2.5 billion pipeline of investment-ready projects. This represents 25% of overall ambition, a deliberate and achievable entry point that allows us to build scale, step by step, grounded in credible preparation and strong institutions. Honorable Ministers, let me be very clear. The future of Africa's cities will not be financed from the outside alone. It must be co-financed from within. We have already seen promising signs of ownership demonstrated through financing. 11 countries have committed $10 million cumulatively to be financed through Green Climate Fund Readiness Allocation Window. In addition, the government of Kenya, development partners, and private sectors have demonstrated commitment worth of $20 million in co-financing. This brings the total early commitment to the current readiness preparation to $30 million. Much appreciation to this end goes to the Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility, Joint SDG Fund, Equity Bank Group, among others. This is not yet the full scale we need, but it is exactly how scale begins, through shared commitment, through blended finance, and through partnership. Honorable Ministers, the success of BUCRAP lies in the ownership and delivery by all of us. Kenya is proud to be at the forefront of this effort. We are actively co-financing the process of BUCRAP, integrating it within our national priorities and aligning it with our affordable housing program, as well as Nairobi River Regeneration Program. We are demonstrating that African countries can lead not only in ambition, but in financing commitment. I therefore call upon all member states to let us move forward. Let us move beyond endorsement to investment. Let us commit domestic resources, and let us co-finance our own urban future. Why? Because ownership is not declared, it is demonstrated through financing. National governments must prioritize urban resilience and housing in their budgets and commit domestic resources as co-financing. Local governments and cities who stand at the forefront of this challenge must align their planning, land use, and investment with this program. This calls for dedicated budget lines for BUCRAP as a flagship program for cities both at the national and the subnational levels. Further, the private sector must see this for what it is, an opportunity to invest in the fastest urbanization continent in the world. We need innovation, blended finance, and long-term capital to deliver resilient infrastructure at scale. Development partners and development finance institutions, including the African Development Bank, the World Bank, and the International Finance Corporation, must align their instrument to support programmatic approach like the book wrap, strengthen project preparation, and help de-risk investment. Academia and research institutions must support us with data, innovation, and knowledge, while civil society and communities must remain at the center of implementation, ensuring that what we build is inclusive, practical, and sustainable. In conclusion, Excellencies, our cities, which are on the front line of this transformation, must be equipped, enabled, and financed to act. Let this moment be remembered as the point where Africa aligned its ambition with action, where readiness met financing, where commitment became implementation, and where we began, in practical terms, to build resilient cities for our people through book wrap framework. I thank you.
Thank you for that keynote and setting the scene as well for the keynote panel that we'll be having right now. And I'll hand over to the moderator for this session. And this will be moderated by Mr. Francois Mengele, and he's the Secretary General, United Cities and Local Governments of Africa, UCLG Africa. As he comes up on stage, he will be taking over this session and inviting his panelists for the next several minutes. And we are looking forward to an engaging sessions. To you, Mr. Mengele, karibu. Let's put our hands together to him and for his panel as he calls them on stage. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. You've done a great job, much as the presenters have done. As you rightfully said, my name is Francois Mengele. I'm the newly appointed Secretary General of the United Cities and Local Governments of Africa. And I have the great honor to moderate this session. And I'm going to call upon the panel members to join me on stage, starting with the representative of the county of Kisumu, the Honorable Governor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, who has designated his colleague. I think he's in the room. We just spoke earlier. Yes, sir. Welcome. Please give him a big hand. Welcome. Yes, please. Then I would like to call upon Honorable Ritana Odole-Suwa, who is Member of Parliament, so the Honorable Deputy Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Ghana. Welcome, Madam. Then I would like to call upon Dr. James Mwangi, who is the Group CEO of Equity Group Holdings.
And for that, we also have the representation of the same, and he will introduce himself once he takes his first question.
Thank you so much. Going further, we have Dr. Rose Mwebaza, who's the Director of the Regional Office for Africa of the UNEP. She was just sitting next to me. Please, ma'am. Big hands, please. I know we're in the month of April, but March, is still going on. So women deserve a big applause. Welcome. Then I'm calling upon Romana Koch. I should be reading in German. Is it Romana Koch or Koch? Welcome, ma'am. Another big applause. representative of the AVSI Foundation. Welcome to this session. And then Mr. James Mahianyu from Alpex Consulting. Big hand, please. And last but not least, Mr. Peter Odengo from AFDAN, the AFDAN coordinator. Is he in the room, please? It doesn't seem to be the case. We can always arrange a chair when he is around. I think his contribution will be very much valued. But welcome, honorables, ladies and gentlemen, to this session. We've just heard. We're talking about a phenomenon, urbanization, which is a fast-growing. First of all, let me start. We are in a continent which is the fastest-growing continent of the world. We are in a continent where the city-making process is somewhat led by informality, up to sometimes 70% in some countries. We are also in a continent where there's a wealth of ingenuity among the residents of informal settlements, a wealth of ingenuity. We are also in an era where the state or local government alone does not claim to be the only one to be able to tackle this big challenge that we're talking about. But in an era where local government and national government want to tackle this challenge jointly with the urban poor, but also with the donor community, the private sector. So this session is about 1 + 1 = 3. We have to resolve this equation. There is an additionality in putting hands together to address something that is big in terms of scale, in terms of velocity, and in terms of sophistication. So we have to put our hands together. So let me ask the whole audience to put a big hand to those who have already pledged the 30 million that we heard about earlier on. We set to continue putting more money into the equation and resources. Let's give them a big hand, first of all. Now, I would like to start by asking our panel members to kind of tell us how this what we have heard since this morning, how it resonates with you. Just for 3 minutes, how do these challenges resonate with you? And what do you see as ways of mobilizing capital, ways of private sector capital, ways of mobilizing finances, but also ways of working together, the modalities of working together to address these big challenges. If these things resonate with you, is there something that from your context you can say, definitely I would like to contribute something in this regard? Shall we start with that? Yes? I start with my neighbor on the right. Madam? Or? Please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Talking about the building climate resilience with the urban poor and what we have heard so far, it's an important area that needs discussion and how best we can contribute to ensure that in our countries, or particularly Ghana, how we can support the urban poor through the climate resilience. When you come to Ghana, there are key ministries and agencies that are working together, actively contributing to the development and refinement, validation of the readiness concept notes. And so the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs has taken the key interest because we work with the local authorities, that's the local assemblies, and we have these, those we need to work with as the urban poor where the local authorities touch base with. And when you come to Ghana, our government is really committed to ensuring that we support the urban poor. We look at we have the coastal sea defense issues, where government is so much committed to it, and the Ministry of Finance, in working on behalf of our government, has committed resources to ensure that work is carried out well. And we are also trying to get partners, other development partners, to support in this project, so that at the end of it all, the big crab will be well implemented, even as Ghana is also part of the 20 African countries into this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is a bit of an outline of what Ghana is undertaking to address this challenge, using multi-level governance, but also pledging to the Ministry of Finance resources for this cause. Shall we continue on my right-hand side?
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Francois, and good evening all. You've asked the question, does this resonate with us? Francois, for me, this is a question of human dignity. And for us as Equity Group, it's central to what our purpose is around how do we elevate dignity of the African nations. We operate across 6 markets, and with the question posed, we believe you can't do it alone. You need a combination of players and private sector, which I believe I'm one of the few private sector people seated in your panel, will have a pivotal role in driving the solution to it. With that recognition, as Equity Group, we've actually come out of the 30 million mentioned. Equity has said we can do 12 million of co-financing around this subject.
Let's give him a big hand, please.
And the keynote said this is just the first phase. I think what we can be able to catalyze out of this initial pledge, I think will be the game changer around what we are trying to do. We have an additional at least $1 billion that can be reallocated into private sector led, including the topic we are tackling around housing for the urban poor. So it's an exciting topic for us, Francois. It's one that's central to what we believe around dignifying human beings, and we are here to play that part as private sector.
Thank you very much. A clear articulation of the compelling need to do something that actually values human being. So I will turn on to my left-hand side. Maybe to start right on the edge, Madam from UNED. How does this resonate with you as a leader that is at the helm of a reputable organization dealing with environment from a UN perspective?
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Because this is my first time, I want to begin by acknowledging the legendary hospitality of the Kenyan people. I know that because I live here, we proudly remind everybody that we are a globally headquartered country, organization in this beautiful country, and we've been here for over 50 years. And this resonates with me on a personal but also professional level. In UNEP, my mandate includes overseeing our work in the 54 member states of the African Union. And I can tell you hands down, we are a small global organization. We are a science and normative body. We provide the knowledge that member states need to respond appropriately to the urban climate resilient challenges. We are the co-hosts for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and we host 17 other multilateral environmental organizations. And what I can tell you for certainty
because I also convene the African Ministers of Environment, is climate change is hands down the #1 request for support. Our work in UNEP, we say we work for people and nature. We live in harmony with nature. I like what the previous speaker said, it's about dignity. We used to be thought of as tree huggers, but really we now know climate change is us because we live among the natural environment. And so for us in UNEP, we are a leading global environment fund implementing entity, but also the Green Climate Fund and several others. And we have, over the 50 years of our experience, built trust among the member states, and that's why I sit here on that privilege. But also credibility of our expertise to work with them to generate the resources that are needed to deal with the key challenges relating to urban climate resilience. And for BICRAP, for us, in UNEP, we see this as a timely and strategic response. We live in Nairobi, we've lived through, it's a lived experience, I can tell you as a resident of this city, we lived through the floods. But I saw it as part of my work traveling through Southern Africa. And the cyclones a couple of years ago, Cyclone Freddy. But the irony of it all, with the extremity of the weather events we face, is the one part of the continent, it's so hot, people are literally frying. I was talking, I think, to the Algerian ambassador, and he was saying, Rose, it's just 48 degrees. Imagine living in that extremity. So for urban climate resilience, for us in UNEP, it presents an opportunity for regional cooperation in unlocking finance in the region, in Africa itself. I think the Equity Group alone has just spoken to the resources available. We know there are more resources with other partners. And in UNEP, we also completely agree. I think it is the minister from Uganda who was saying, let's get this done. Let's move on as member states. We take the cue from you. We move at your behest. So give us the instructions. We do have the expertise, we do have the people on the ground, and we do have your trust over the 50 years that we can work with you. One, to build the capacity that is needed within our countries, because a lot of our mayors and governors were taken by surprise at how inundated their cities were and how to proceed to deal with these challenges. We can't support that. But we can also work with you to enable technology transfer. There are a lot of technologies to support urban climate resilience. And so I want to end by repeating what has been said by our host minister and several other colleagues, that let's seize this opportunity to translate our shared commitment, because we are all here because we have that shared commitment into real, tangible outcomes for Africa, our beloved continent, for those of us who come from here, to build resilient cities. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So that was the UNEP perspective. Now, I would like to understand from the honorable representative from Kisumu, because you mentioned the issue of capacity, which is so important for the local governments that we're working with. So I would like to understand, how do the capacity constraints manifest themselves, and how are you addressing those challenges? Because we heard earlier, we need bankable projects. So the first manifestation of capacity that has to come to the fore is the ability of local government to craft bankable projects that will eventually incentivize, funders to provide the resources that are required. So to look at the issue of capacity, what do you consider as the key constraints, and how are you overcoming those constraints to be able to actually stand the test of bankability of projects.
Thank you very much. May I start by saying that we are talking about better livelihoods, and we are talking about urban renaissance, and we are talking about urban transformation. We are talking about development, and we are talking about enhancing the quality of livelihoods for the citizenry of our countries within the continent of Africa. All this talk comes down to the subnational level, in the sense that we have a migration of our young people moving to cities where they are finding home. But they are finding home within very vulnerable habitats that requires transformation. These habitats are not only spaces, but it is calling upon the subnational governments to actually transform these spaces into places and transform the people into living humanities instead of struggling humanities that are buttressed and that are prevented and whose vulnerability is mitigated in order for us to be able to say that, yes, the economies of our countries can grow. For us to be able to perform at a national level, the subnational governments, subnational level entities must be able to perform and be on their feet so that they contribute to the overall and global national economy. That means, therefore, that in terms of project formulation, bankability, and in terms of institutional development and capacity building, both human capacity in terms of skills development and also both capacity in terms of infrastructure that supports livelihoods, the focus ought to be at the subnational level. We have cities, metropolis, and major cities that have witnessed most of these problems and at the threshold. But if we take, for example, $100 million and we put it within a metropolis, the impact would not be as high as taking the $100 million and investing it in a secondary city. So the focus here should be on the secondary cities. The problem that we are having is that of financial. The financial strength of the secondary cities at the subnational level is yet at a nascent stage. The projects that are there requires big muscle and big investment and strategic investment. As an urban policy strategist, I would say that selected and targeted investments that has multiplier effects are the ones that requires fast attention and fast focus for us to be able to realize tangible transformation at the subnational level that would then bring a transformation at the global national level. What this means is that in terms of funds that are flowing down from the national to the subnational level, there is need for a rethinking of the structures of how these funds should flow and what are the targeted investments, both infrastructural and human capital investments, that then can build and resonate with the national level priorities. If we synchronize our priorities, both at the national and the subnational level, then we are able to hit the target. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is also a clear articulation of you know, the different manifestations of capacity and related to the categorization of local governments and the need, the size of the impact that one can make, and so on and so forth, and the need for intergovernmental relations in this approach. Now, I presume Mr. Let me check so that I don't misspell your name. Mr. James Mahianyu from Alpex Consulting. I presume parts of your operations is also to provide support when it comes to capacity. So how do you see these challenges being taken by the local government in a manner that they can count on your support?
Thank you. The issue of capacity has been a big challenge, especially in Africa. We're talking about accessing resources at the sub-national unit, because climate finance has been one of the areas that we are growing into. But if you look at the people who are supposed to provide writing the grants or implementing the climate resilience in the urban space, they maybe not have that knowledge. So it's required, for example, to bring in technical know-how to support them in developing the bankable projects, in structuring some of those deals, whether it is in PPP or even in stakeholder engagements where you bring in private sector, because you might need some reforms. We had the issue of NDCs. So how do you localize the NDCs at the municipal level or at the subnational unit level? So then bringing in many of them depending on the central government to provide resources, but how do you enhance their own source revenue and their own mechanism of raising funds, be it in bonds or other facilities, raising resources to be able to build the required sub-national infrastructure. So you find that there's a lot of support that is required, either from, for example, the UN Habitat has been very strong in the housing sector. UNDP has also come very strongly in some areas. Beyond those entities, you bring in also now climate finance specialists, so they're able to start structuring the way that resources are flowing to the subnational units. And then it also requires the willingness of those subnational units to have those reforms at that level. And that's why you find the collaboration between the national government and the subnational units becomes very key to unlocking some of those resources, because we need now to ensure that even at the design stage of the programs that are being taken to the subnational unit, we're involving the people from the grassroots. And that's why BCRAP is very focal, because it's focusing on the urban poor communities. So from there, how are they engaged at all levels of decision making in designing the interventions that are really close and dear to them? And that's why the issue of sustainability becomes core, because we have that participation. I think we had somebody said about ownership. Ownership starts from that individual who you're bringing an intervention to. Once they understand that living very close to maybe a swampy area or a place where there's flooding, sensitizing them, that social engineering for them to start appreciating that it's important to leave some margin between yourself and that river. Those are the things that you're saying, that the knowledge needs to go down there. We need to collect sufficient data. So the mechanisms for that information to be able to be captured in a manner that can be able to then be used to designing interventions is very critical. So it's a holistic approach of society, of all people coming together from the subnational governments, private sector, the philanthropies, the CSOs working in the communities, and other technical players, including consultancies and so on, that can come and bring in that support to the subnational unit.
Thank you very much. I like that perspective that you brought forward in terms of, the co-delivery, and you need to acknowledge the effort of the communities and make them part of this exercise of addressing the challenge, and to recognize and acknowledge the social engineering that is unfolding there. These are very essential elements when we navigate the genesis of this initiative, which started with building, the BCRAP being something that was articulating the need to build resilience for the urban poor. And later on, it changed into building resilience with the urban poor. So it's a very important thing, your participation as you articulated it. Now let's look at the, let's say, the foundation perspective. You know, how does it resonate? I mean,
good evening. My name is Romana Koech. I'm country director for AfDB Foundation. AfDB Foundation is an NGO, or if you like, a CSO. Personally, I've been working in the informal settlement for over 20 years. 10 in Kibera, that is one of the biggest slums in this continent, and more recently in Korogocho, that for Kenyans, you know how it is. As AfDB Foundation, we've been working in all the informal settlement in Nairobi, focused on education, economic empowerment for the urban poor. We've been working in education, more so vocational training, and I'm very glad to hear even from the panelists that getting the city ready for the plans for BCRAP, you need skills, you need human skills, and in most cases in this country are skills coming from the informal settlement. People that are able to work with their hands, that have skills in vocational training. What I wanted to say is also that if you are talking about resilience, if you've worked in an informal settlement, you know how resilient those guys are. If you live in Kibera and it rains one night, you will redefine resilience. Because it rains, they are standing the whole night, and the following day they are still going to school, they are still going to work. So my point is, what needs to happen for the urban poor is to be brought to the center of the discussion. They need to be here, so that as we are planning these things, they are part of it. They are, because we don't need to do for them, we need to do with them. We've seen this as an organization that has worked in this in the marginalized areas, whether it's the urban peripheries or in the ASAL areas. And the conversation that we've been having with communities, we've seen the results that they can bring on board. More recently, we've been working in Korokocho, building a material recovery facility for waste management. And the way we did is that we did not involve companies to build the center. We involved the community. We came together with the community. If they are masons, if they are electricians, the skills that they have in the community are the ones that we need to use to work for the urban poor. We need the skills that they have. That is one way. The second way is to work with them for mindset change, that this is something they can do for themselves. As much as we will push them a bit with the money that we are talking about in billions, they should also be convinced and they should buy in that they can do this for themselves, and they can do it. So bringing the urban poor on stage is really the first step, and having me here, thanks to BCRAP, I think it's already having the ball rolling, because I've worked with them, and probably in the next one, we really need to bring that lady, that young person on the stage, because you need to hear their resilience, and the way to build in the future is building on the resilience they have. We are not beginning from zero. They already have a resource. They are a resource as they are. Thirdly, is on the economic empowerment, something that also AfDB Foundation and many other CSOs have been doing in the informal sector, because if you build affordable houses and the urban poor don't have possibility of buying these houses, maybe it will defeat the reason. So one of the things that really need to happen urgently is building the economic empowerment and helping these urban poor to put money in their pockets, to be able to purchase, to be able to, to start even enterprises that work as urban housing is being developed? Are they able to run those small businesses for selling food and such like? So let's say as an introduction, that's my introduction.
Thank you very much. I think you just deserve a big applause because you clearly articulated this need to really do it with the urban poor, to acknowledge their contribution. I would like to pause a little bit here and check in the room because we're talking about resources. We've heard the figures that have been given to us earlier on. In the room, we're supposed to be having private sector, we're supposed to be having business and the finance sector. Can we get a sense of representatives who are ready to pledge something in this initiative, to pledge resources or capacity in this initiative? I just want to get a sense of the audience that we have here. Any representative of the either the finance sector, the private sector, or a donor community that is in the room and definitely says, I am prepared or committed, or can we have a sense of the presence in the room?
Any takers? Yes. We have a mic here, I could bring it to you, and she's also at hand to help. Just raise your hand.
Okay, we have Madam Kesia Rust over there.
Oh, right here.
Just in 1 minute, what is that additionality that you are ready to provide for could consist of?
Thank you. I'm not sure the question is the right one, because for the private sector to pledge, they need to know that all the other things are in place. And they don't pledge. They pursue investment opportunities, and they engage in that way. And if there is, if the math shows that this is an opportunity, and that math is defined by the calculations specifically of the deal, and then by any additional supports that might be put in or concessional things within the blended finance arrangement. So a pledge is a very difficult thing for the private sector to make because they're trading, which is what they do. But I do want to say that the African Union for Housing Finance has a membership of 70 organizations across 23 countries. And they are looking so hard to find investment opportunities where they can provide their skills and their capital to realize they see that affordable housing absolutely is where they want to be. But there are blockages. And so what's so important about a session like this is that we can have a conversation about overcoming those. There is a Nairobi declaration that the AUHF has written, and
Okay.
maybe that counts as a pledge.
Thank you very much for that statement. I think if we go back to the CEO of the equity group here, you said something at the beginning, you said it's about dignity. You don't say something about profitability or win-win situation for the private sector. That's why I take it as a provocative statement. You say, okay, if you from the private sector were moved by dignity, what is the profitability that you see in engaging in the big crop, in an initiative like the big crop?
Thanks, Francois. As a philosophy, equity group, we focus more on impact. Numbers follow us. So we are very clear around how do we position dignity, how do we transform lives of Africans, how many Africans are we bringing into a formal setup. So we've pledged, for example, by 2030 we want 100 million Africans financially included. So what matters to us is the impact. So when I talk of dignity, if you look at our purpose as a group, it's transforming lives, providing dignity, the wealth creation. If we do it in that fashion, the numbers will come. Equity Bank is the most profitable bank in the region, as we see it. But our philosophy is figure what the impact is, everything else will fall in place.
Thank you very much. That's also very enlightening. I mean, profitability is not an immediate issue. You have to invest in long term to support dignifying living environments, and then it will yield profitability in future. That's a very good statement. Now, we are talking, ladies and gentlemen, about a phenomenon that has speed, that has numbers, huge numbers. Every 20 years, on average, the population is doubling. The demand is doubling every 20 years. When we look at the figures that we heard this morning. Now, what mechanism do you see in bringing all the efforts of the civil society, of the private sector, of government, national government, local government, and donor community? The compact, the kind of accord that we need to set in motion to really address the notion of speed, notion of scale. So what kind of, experience do you have with this, or contribution can you make towards that? Because one thing is to be working in an isolated space, trying to create meaning and so on and so forth, but yet we're talking about a continental challenge, yet we're talking about a pilot initiative, 20 countries. We have to scale up. So what modalities can take us towards the numbers, towards the velocity? Is there anyone in my panel who would like to say something about this?
Maybe, Chair, if you allow.
Perhaps Kisumu.
Okay. First, let me acknowledge and reiterate that there is a great trek to our urban areas. The population that is moving to our urban areas are settling in what we call vulnerable areas. This population is a great power base. It's a great economic resource in terms of numbers. But we have not harnessed their economic potential. And yet they're the ones that hold the economies of our cities together. Remove them and the economies of our cities will crumble. What is required is a recognition that we need to build their capacity, and we cannot build their capacity without them. They have their own skill sets that we need to enhance. They have their own local economy, which in Kenya we call the Kadogo economy. That Kadogo economy is very powerful, extremely powerful. And our financiers, the private sector, moving into these areas really has a big potential to even grow, their own financial muscle and their own financial portfolio. But it has to be in partnership. So when we are talking about building climate resilience, the first thing that we omitted was, when we started, we were talking about building climate resilience for the urban poor. Along the way, the people themselves changed it. They said, no, you don't build for us. Build it with us. And so we must be at the core of that building because they have innovative ideas. It is these innovative ideas that we need to harness. We don't need to come, with big rocket science projects and programs and, plant on them, but we need to build on already what they have. With that, we are able to create, big impact. Even in terms of infrastructure, you would find the private sector talking about, these vulnerable areas being high-risk areas for investment. But from my experience, I would say there is no high risk. Instead, it is a high potential, for investment. Whatever we plant there, we can reap fivefold in those areas. So inclusivity is what we need to be talking about here. And basically, we've been talking about, municipal financing being very difficult, to come by and so forth at that subnational level. The entry point for sustainable municipal financing is actually within these urban poor areas, looking at the resources they have and translating them from places into, from spaces, into places. Because up to now, from a planning perspective, we only see them as in terms of spaces. We have never done what is called placemaking. That placemaking is what will create investment opportunity for the private sector to step in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also a very powerful statement. You see, things are sort of coming together. Informal settlements as a future, places where there's a market. But when you think about profitability, you should not be short-sighted. You have to think long-term. As the wealth grows among the population, then there is also room for private sector to thrive. Now, Honorable, you spoke about Ministry of Finance. We know that it is incumbent on the state to create instruments that meet, the social engineering of the population. That meets also the attempt of savings groups to actually put resources together in order to address the housing challenges. As an MP, how do you advocate for government to change the perspective or the way they used to view informal settlement before as places that have to be eradicated, and so on? How do you make sure that Parliament advocate for instruments that government will provide to meet that engineering, social engineering that we have in the communities, and create instruments that are accessible to that market?
Okay, thank you. I would say that government cannot do it all by himself. We need the private sector to support or to finance. And when we look at our communities, we need to, like you said, work with the people and get their proper understanding. When we come to accommodation, you realize that we say we are building low-income accommodation for our people, but sometimes they are not low-income as it is said. And so the average person living in that community would wish to move into an apartment where they will have all the social amenities, but they cannot afford it. So government has to come, as a member of parliament, I would advocate that government needs to work with the people on the ground, work through the districts or municipal assemblies to get their buy-in as to the areas where they are living. How can we upgrade the areas, and how do we get them to be able to, assess the facilities when it is upgraded? Because sometimes the moment a particular community is upgraded, the people who used to live there cannot afford, and they are tempted to move to start other slums or other informal settlements, which will also pose as a problem, and then we have to go in again to upgrade those areas. So I believe that as a member of parliament, I would wish to advocate that we get the buy-in of the people, work with them, and see how best the areas, the informal sectors or the slums where they are living in can be upgraded. Believe you me, there are people working in key areas, but maybe they have a house far away and they cannot come from that home even to work. And when you come to Ghana now, there's a lot of road infrastructure going on where people can move from there. For instance, we have a place called Dodowa. There's a major infrastructure on the road going on now. And so people can just drive maybe an hour, 45 minutes to get to the city center to work. And so if we are able to bring out the road infrastructure and other social amenities. So we need the transports, we need roads to ensure that people do not move in anyhow, because all the time the district assemblies have to go into such communities to maybe try to drive the people away. So we need the planners, we need the planners and then the focal persons who have been assigned to the assemblies to work with the people to make sure that we don't just ask them to move, but what are the steps that we are taking to ensure that when they move, something proper can be done. And even as our cities are growing, I'm thinking of how we can get high-rising buildings in some parts of the cities so that it will be very affordable, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and people will be ready to move in there when we redevelop the areas.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I like the point you've made about creating roads, providing for roads, but I want to interrogate a particular point. Ghana has been one of the first countries to actually provide predictable resources to local government through the Common Fund. In the early years, 5%, went to local government. To what extent has this manifested itself as a leverage for local government to drive into crowd in private sector? Because if you know that upfront, there is this amount of money that is granted to me as local government, either to build a road, to do a certain number of investments, private sector will come in and partner with you. I mean, how did this help actually incentivize or leverage private sector to join the district assemblies in elevating the response?
Thank you very much. So as we speak now in Ghana, through the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we now have 80% of resources going into the MMDAs, that's the Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Assemblies. And so they have been given key areas that they need to work on with these monies. We look at health, we look at education, and then we look at local economic development. And so with health, every district is to ensure that if you do not have a proper health facility, you need to build what we call the CHIPS compound. Education, we need to look at the infrastructure, we need to look at furniture, and then we also need to look at facilities. We need to look at security, where we need to provide light everywhere. And then the other project is to ensure that for economic development, we are constructing district markets in the various districts to ensure that people will have space to apply their activities. And so they have been given specific areas now that the money has been increased so that we shall be accountable to our people as to what we are using the resources that have been given to us. In as much as local authorities, you need to go out there to get your own revenue. That is in terms of the property rates and then in terms of business operating permits. But now government has also given them the leeway, that's the district assemblies, to be able to assess funding support from the private sector. And so they can now work together with the private sector to ensure that the needed development, is brought to the doorsteps of the people in our communities.
Thank you so much. So there is possibility for local government in Ghana now to really access the capital market.
Yes.
And to get
Yes, they have been given
resources.
that authority to do that.
Thank you so much. Now, Dr. Rose, UNEP, as I said, is a reputable organization that is also seeking to help the different, not only national governments, but also local governments to kind of be able to address this challenge that manifests itself in terms of scale and speed. How do you, what kind of instrument do you have to address this need for elevating the response at scale and speed as UNEP? How, what is your contribution to that effect?
Thank you. For the role that we play as a development partner that is supporting governments at national level and at regional level in our continent, we play several roles. So I said we are accredited entities to the Global Environment Facility and the Green Climate Fund. A lot of our partners in government, I think it's my neighbor who was talking about, hear about these billions of dollars, but we can't see them. So part of what we do is work with them to actually build those bankable projects, to understand how do you structure it? How do you work with the Global Environment Facility, for example, GEF as it's commonly called, to develop a project? And we've done that with the government of Kenya successfully. But before my current portfolio, I used to be the director for technology in UNEP. And one of the things we did, and this is no advertisement for anybody, is to work with the Kenya Commercial Bank. They really wanted to build their portfolio on climate resilience. But they said we are a hardcore private sector financial institution. And over a period of time, we worked with them to understand their mandate and how they could translate some of those investments and leverage them working with the Green Climate Finance, the Green Climate Fund, to mobilize money. And they've just gotten an approval of, I think, $96 million from the Green Climate Fund. And they are focusing on scaling up climate-smart solutions for MSMEs in Kenya and farmers. That's where our capacity lies. So we work with the government ministries, Her Excellency Wahome's ministry. We raise money, grant funding from the GEF, but we can also work with the private sector institutions that have absolutely brilliant financial people who just need to understand how to integrate climate imperatives into that financing model so that it becomes attractive to investors. And these are examples that I can give. But lastly, it's also important we have learned from experience that in order to unlock the inefficiencies across our many national and subnational entities, that we need to work with the governments. It's not just about money, to create harmonized policies. Because you're running a government, a national government. If you're the minister, you want to enable development in Mombasa, in Kisumu, and in Nairobi, and across the country. So how do you create policies that enable that? But also, how do you create resources that subnational governments can access collectively that enables scale and that enables impact? And how do you create sustainability long term? So supporting that long-term planning, I think, is also important. But our ecosystems, as we say, vulnerable urban youth and women who move into the cities, into vulnerable ecosystems, wetlands, river banks, they also suffer from, pollution, waste, plastics, and everything. So we have to integrate all that. I think the word was about people. It's not just cleaning Nairobi River, it's creating a livable environment for the communities that live in these. It's not just a space, it's a place in time that they occupy as humans. I think we talked about dignity. So that transparency in the work we do means that we have to acknowledge, in the UN we call it leaving no one behind. That is the word that we use, but really it is about making sure that the people are at the center of the decisions that we are supporting the governments to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you've clearly articulated the importance of the financial modeling to be able to attract private sector and crowd private resources or private equity into these activities. But I would like to check now in the audience. Do we have someone who would like to bring additional perspectives that we might have missed so far in this discussion before we start concluding? Because here in the panel, we have established the importance of co-creation with the communities, acknowledging the social engineering that is out there. We have seen that private sector is not just moved by immediate profit needs, but they have to invest in that, secondary market for it to become a profitable market in the long term. We have seen also the instruments that national government is creating to incentivize private sector to come in by allowing some predictability in the intergovernmental transfer towards local government over the years. And we have also explored the importance again and again of the Kisumu County in addressing those challenges. And I mean, when they are looking for possibilities of developing bankable projects, they can approach development partners in order to meet those requirements. So this is a little bit of panorama that we have established here. Is there in the audience any additional perspective that we can take on board? I see there is a hand just here in front of me. There's another one here.
Yes, there are mics across.
Okay. Microphone, please.
There are, just next to those who've been raising, there's mics being handed.
Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Collins Kemboy from Eldoret City. My conjunction to the facilitators, it's a great, you shared a good things. My concern is that we've been having quite a number of municipalities, that is, for instance, in Kenya. And my thought is that why don't we, I'm not audible?
Not so well audible, maybe you can raise your voice.
Just hold it closer
to you. Bring the mic just very close to your mouth.
All right. My name is Collins Kemboy from Eldoret City. I'm having a concern that in Africa, why we are not growing, for instance, the municipalities, is that we are coming up with different, we will find that the towns have grown to township, the township to municipalities, but they have never followed the required previous plan, let's say in architectural planners and the architects and whatever. So when it comes to the growth, in terms of growth and development in future, there is no space for expansion. There's a lot of land grabbing and manipulation of the land, whereby the banyenyes, the big fishes, takes over. When it comes back in terms of having a progressive and developed cities and municipalities, for instance, it becomes hard. So my concern is that I'm recommending that besides of having co-creation, I think that it's good to have a sister municipality or sister cities in conjunction to our growth as Africans. Number two, I saw the other day one of the Ethiopia having a proper infrastructure plan. And you see, the Ethiopians don't strain because already they have a future plan for their generation and even expansion for their city. So my concern is that we need to have a proper planning and having a future planning of incorporating even including the PWD and other main persons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one. Are there no ladies?
Go ahead.
I see only men. Men's hands.
There's a lady right here, and then he can take it. There's a lady right here. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Jennifer Wairimo. I love the conversation, and indeed we are learning a lot. I want to applaud the conversation and, of course, the moderator. And looking at everyone here, not everyone, but a big number is the young people. and I'm speaking as the president of the Kenya Youth Organization, and definitely I speak about young people. I love what my lady said about the Kibera people that we should have probably here, and maybe they are not here, or maybe they are here. And the conversation here is carried with a lot of energy and the future of the young people. And I just wanted to highlight that excluding the young people in the discussion, especially at the financing of the municipal and expansion of the city, I think it's an oversight that should be able to be looked up to, because the sustainable city, or the future that we are talking about, it is the young people who is going to inherit. So as you had said earlier, is that don't build for us, build with us as the young people of the Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will take another two, and then...
There's a gentleman who's been standing up there. Go ahead, sir. You have the mic.
Yes, thank you, thank you. My name is Awabogo Widaiga. I am the Secretary General of an umbrella body organization called Mau Mau Governing Council of Kenya, where we nurture values. First, before I continue, yes, the panelists and the discussion was quite insightful, quite nourishing, and it needs more to be cascaded, not only from here, also beyond. It's good that I'm going to be one of the advocates of this noble initiative we have started. One, we have been having myriad challenges on even those noble initiatives. Africa is not short of policies. Africa is not short of ideas. Africa is not short of anything else, but we are short of implementation. Once things are talked here, the other challenge is the role of our leadership is also an issue, particularly on areas of goodwill from all levels in our cities. To start with our cities, when we talk of urban implementation, when we elect our leaders down there at our county levels now, surely our governors and even MCAs, whoever we elect, my dear panelists and members who are here, is the moment you come up with the programs and projects that even we are talking of, they are not assured. When you take that position, you talk about your own programs and projects. We initiate a healthy center, but the moment you are off that, the mark, off the hook, that the center is no longer, I'll be making my own health center from my own village or somewhere else. And at the end of the day, wastages, 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 wastages. Even poverty is manufactured by that leadership when you are coming up to leadership. Second, here we are, my dear panelists, with wonderful, wonderful, wonderful presentation. Even the bank, I appreciate the role the banks are doing, yes. But now, with myriad challenges that we are undergoing, even on our election and democratic norms and values, we are no longer valuing norms. Our Constitution is saying, chapter 10, that everybody is bound by that Constitution, whether you are state officer or not state officer. And that's why we, the Mau Mau Governing Council of Kenya and members of the Mau Mau, said yes to this Constitution because it was binding. Here we are. The affordable housing project and programs that are going on, no matter how noble and no matter how noble, the sustainability of it, with the current political mindset we are having right now, we are talking about the Gen Zs and the youth. Yes, the elections are around the corner. Whether our president is elected, God forbid, or God, whatever God wants us, may it be it. But the question now comes, with that mindset, at the time yake itaisha hiyo 20 itakuwa, the time that the limit will go. The danger, sir, will it be there? Will it be sustainable? Whoever comes and takes over, will he be seeing that vision or he just come up with those visions? And with that negative mindset and that perceptions, definitely, we have to think, members of the panelists, we have to think and strategize and come up with mechanisms on how do we safeguard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you
very
so
much.
much. We
Thank you,
appreciate.
Secretary
Thank
General,
you.
for these very thoughtful words, thought-provoking words. I think we will take a final hand over there, and then we'll...
With your
okay.
guidance as the moderator.
Now there is competition in the room.
Either one, yeah,
the final
I think we only
stages.
have time for one more, because you still have your panel to conclude.
Yeah. So...
And please keep it short as
please,
you speak.
Yeah, please. If you
Respectfully.
keep it short, we might give a bonus to the last one.
So, Benjamin.
And because this session is about solidarity, we'll test it with you.
So, I'm Benjamin Orutua from UNESCO JGOS. My question is, what about urbanization versus food security as in terms of the sustainability of it?
Thank you.
Urbanization and food security.
Yes, versus food security.
Thank you. The question stands in the room. Are you saying that we're not giving sufficient attention to food security in our urban strategies, urbanization strategies?
No, in the concept of when we do urbanization, we mostly encroach on agricultural land and so forth.
That's also an interesting view, very important, because urbanization, extending the built environment, and I mean, we have to create room as well for, you know, the means of living for those who will stay in those places. This is definitely a question that I will leave in the room. It's definitely a thought-provoking question. Can we have a final statement from, I think we just keep it to one statement before we conclude. Now, how do we resolve it? Audience, help us. And now there is a lady. So, definitely this session has ignited lots of... So, if you keep it short, you promise me that you keep it short, and then we make sure that we'll take
Are
a
you
final
talking
one.
to the gentleman with his hand raised and standing? Who are
actually,
you talking to?
the one that is holding the mic.
All right, please stand up and give your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Mtebo Sikudla from Kingdom of Eswatini. Thank you very much for all the presentations that have been done. They are very, very, very much on point. I think we spoke about business coming on board, and I think it's very true that when they come on board, they need to look at the long term and not just look at what is there now. Look at the ballooning effects of financing and funding provision of homes. And then the question is, when we bring in business, then we as government, are we willing to be intentional in terms of how we budget, what we budget for, and how we manage those budgets? Because if we want businesses to come in, we should be willing as well that people should hold us to very high standards in terms of the money that we get, how we use it, where we use it. So if we still have corruption, if we still have self-centeredness and all those things, I think it will make it very difficult for us to make sure that we are able to provide housing for the urban poor in a way that is going to be sustainable and successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, well, the gentleman with the raised hand is still standing. Can we just pass on the mic to him? That will be then the last statement from the audience, or question or observation, remarks. Please, the mic is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Geoffrey Mboya. I'm a youth advocate, youth advisor, I've worked on an action CC lab, collecting young people's views around how they would like to see their cities in matters climate change and environment. But I just wanted quickly to mention, despite us having very interesting intervention, especially for urban poor communities, I want to bring to the panelists, to bring to the attention to the panelists that land tenure remains one of the biggest problems. I grew up in Mukuru kwa Njenga, was born and raised in Mukuru kwa Njenga. In 2021, over 40,000 households were demolished. We were completely devastated. And we keep hearing that we need to center urban poor communities at the core work of urban housing, urban development. But we are not taking their views. We're not including them on the table. All the time, we see bulldozers coming in, demolishing people's houses. How can we co-create urban poor communities in a way that is dignified, as one of the panelists was alluding to? We cannot talk about dignity when all the time, even when we're talking about the idea of buffer zone in Nairobi River, the most affected communities are like the small kiosk and bandits, the big companies that are actually having their structures in the river. They're not affected. So we cannot continue to work this way. We need to listen to urban poor communities. We need to include them to the table, and we cannot allow this trend to happen. Urban poor communities' lives matter just as everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That we're heading towards the concluding remarks that will be made just now. I think what we have established is that we need to go back to the basics. And definitely the B crop has taken the right direction in articulating building climate resilience with the poor instead of for the poor. There's a very important change of logic here. And this is something that has been articulated many times, that we need, if we want to be sustainable in addressing the challenge, we have to do it with the poor. We have to tap on the social engineering. We also have to create predictability in resourcing local government for them to be able to incentivize the participation of private sector, you know. And we have also heard that dignity is something that private sector needs to take properly into account. Instead of being motivated primarily by profit motives, they have to think long-term. If this is a settlement pattern that we have here as a majority in many of our countries, definitely this deserves a different way of thinking about business and profitability. We have also explored the importance of what foundation is doing, what consulting industry is doing in terms of supporting, growing the capacity from within the poor neighborhoods, and the need also to make sure that actually local government have the capacity to craft bankable projects and programs. That definitely will result in instruments like the GCF and so on and so forth, actually coming to the fore to help address the notion of scale, you know, addressing the scale of the type of investment that is required to address the challenge. So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a big pleasure for me to moderate this session. And I would like to hand over to the concluding authority by thanking once again the government of Kenya for its hospitality, for the leadership it has demonstrated in taking such an initiative, such, I would like to say, a flagship initiative that was initiated at the UN level. And also for those that have pledged already resources into that project. There's big challenges ahead when we move from piloting to scaling up implementation. And I think if, again, we do it together, we can resolve the equation 1 + 1 = 3. So with this, thank you once again, and I will make provision for the concluding authority to take the mic.
All right. I don't know if the authority is myself, but thank you, Moderator Francois Mengele. Let's please put a round of applause together for Mr. Mengele and his panel, as they could perhaps stand up for a picture and have a quick, we were to have final remarks just to say kwaheri or good evening from Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi Muruya, who is the Vice Chairperson, Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works Committee, National Assembly of Kenya, Tafadhali Njo. And as they take a picture, let's appreciate them and appreciate you as well for the contributors. I see you. Now that I'm closer to you, I see you. And I appreciate the passionate one as well that was given earlier today. Tuwashukuru pia kwa makofi tafadhali. Tukisema asante in true Kenyan fashion as we say thank you. And now hand it over to Bwana Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi for his concluding remarks on this one. Asante sana to Bwana Francois Mengele and his panel as they take their seats to the final concluding remarks.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, for this evening. My name is Rindikiri Mugambi, Member of Parliament and the sitting chairman of the Standing Committee of Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. I'm delighted to be here with you this evening. I have listened, I've interacted, I have seen what you people have been up to since yesterday. It's my great pleasure that this one step in our republic that shows our commitment to advance the cause of attainment of the Vision 2063. Before I say anything, 2063 is basically 37 years from today. If I quickly look at the back there of the young people, young ladies and gentlemen at the back there, on average of 20 years, by 2063, they will be 57 years old. I'm wondering what history they will be talking about. Today marks the beginning of a long journey of changing our thinking, changing the way we do things, changing the way we want our future to be. The housing concept, when it was born, it was a very infamous thing. I'm excited today, everybody is talking about it. I'm excited today, and I take the statement from the gentleman from Ukuri. If we can't do it, it will never be done. I have listened to your statement. But you know, we are talking about informal settlement. In as much as we are bringing some decisions the government takes, we should know also who we are dealing with. Not everybody is appreciative of the small things the government is doing. Consultation is very key to anything that we are doing. And I want to tell you, we are enacting a law on public participation, which has never been there. And this government is doing exactly that. And when that is done, we will go down to the basics, to the light person and the big. And we involve you in the decision making. But at the same time, we should take cognizance of the fact that some decisions have to be done. Some decisions to be done. We are coming from areas and periods of floods, areas and periods of dryness, so some decisions have to be done accordingly. But we have listened. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished experts, partners and stakeholders, as we draw this important session to a close, I wish to reflect on the critical issues we have discussed and the path forward for the building climate resilient with the urban poor big club program. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation for the rich and insightful deliberations we have had during this high-level session on the building climate resilient with the urban poor. Today's discussions have reinforced a central message: Africa's urban future will depend not only on our vision, but on our ability to mobilize financing, strengthening institutions, and deliver at scale. We have heard clearly that rapid urbanization coupled with climate vulnerability is placing immense pressure on our cities, particularly on the most vulnerable communities. Addressing this challenge requires coordinated action across all levels of government, supported by strong partnerships with the private sector and development partners. Your Excellencies, as parliamentarians, we have a unique and critical role to play in this transformation. We are the custodians of the legislative and policy frameworks that enable action. We are responsible for creating the conditions under which innovative financing can thrive and for ensuring that national priorities are aligned with the needs of our cities and communities. In this regard, I wish to emphasize the three key areas of action, actually four. First, institutionalization. I argue ministers and regional government embed book club within national development frameworks, policies, and budgets. This will ensure continuity, ownership, and long-term impact. Second, legislative alignment. Parliament across the continent must work together to strengthen and harmonize legal and regulatory frameworks, both at national and subnational levels, to support climate-resilient urban development and unlock financing at scale. Third, innovative financing oversight and support. We must champion the development of new financing mechanisms, blended finance, climate funds, and public-private partnerships, while providing the oversight necessary to ensure transparency, accountability, and impact. And the fourth, public participation. This is what has really I've heard. The gentleman calling himself Mamau, Mamau 1963, I think was the last historian, Mamau Hela. Thank you very much. I've heard you, and the gentleman and the lady representing the youth. We have heard you. This is going to be a serious involvement or inclusivity. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians and not only lawmakers, we are enablers of transformation. Without a strong legislative backing, even the most ambitious programs will struggle to achieve the scale. We therefore call upon our fellow parliamentarians across Africa to take an active role in supporting initiatives such as Big Club by aligning laws, approving resources, and championing urban resilience as a national priority. Your Excellencies, ministers, and stakeholders, allow me once again to thank all partners, speakers, and participants for your engagement and commitment. Your contribution today have strengthened the foundation for which now becomes sustained and collective effort. We leave this forum, let us work forward with clarity and purpose to mobilize the resources required to strengthen our institution and to build cities that are resilient and inclusive and sustainable. The history of Kenyan housing sector is a milestone of the current government led by His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who has trotted to the United Nations, went to the EU, come to Africa, come to the East African community, talking about the same thing. You are going to be part of the history. In the year 2063, you'll have written history. The history of the we lead today is because some people sat and talked and championed. Our president remains a champion of development. Our loan to Singapore just began. Many people might not understand what it means. But when you go to Mukuri today, the young man is there. You see the skyscrapers. The people who never thought they would walk through a lift to go to their residence and sleep there and wake up in the morning. Today they are. This is happening across all constituencies, 290 of them. We are doing markets in all constituencies to create good environment for our traders. We are cleaning the dirty waters of our Nairobi rivers. If one cannot say and see our movement to the good future, then this forum will not have achieved anything. I want to thank you and tell you, let's all join hands. It might look impossible, but we will get there. What is required, we can have all the finances, all the heavens and the gold, but if we have no people, we can't move together. So, all of you people, you are going to leave a mark in Kenya. Asanteni sana. Esaboku.
Asante sana, Honorable Rindikiri Mugambe, for concluding this high-level session on BCRUP event on engaging development partners in private sector on regional readiness program implementation and resource mobilization, and finishing day one off on a high note. So we appreciate that speech and closing remarks. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying on to the very end. We start bright and early tomorrow because we'll have the head of state who will be with us for the formal opening of this second Africa Urban Forum. So because of the security and the protocol, he is set to be here before 9, and we do anticipate that it'll be better for you to be here by 8 o'clock and settled. And now that you have your registration sorted out, I believe all of us, by virtue of being here, are sorted. You will be able to gain access very easily. So asante sana. See you tomorrow morning, bright and early, for day 2 and the formal launch of the Africa Urban Forum. Have yourselves a good evening and see you tomorrow. Asante.
This April, Africa comes together in Nairobi, Kenya, for the second Africa Urban Forum. Welcome to Nairobi. Welcome to the second Africa Urban Forum. Welcome home.